Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice weekend. I messed with my stream settings a bit, so tell me if something's wrong, because I might have broken a couple things, but I think I fixed everything. I was just experimenting, because in my last video, if you've seen especially the Skyrim footage parts, like, they were very bad, and I tried to fix whatever was wrong. But yeah, things should be worked out now, hopefully. But yeah, for today we have a bit of a special kind of stream. As the title says, I'm going to try a new type of content or stream. Basically, this is going to be a live review of DC20, the system by Dungeon Coach on YouTube. I'm gonna just get rid of that. As I don't know if I've talked about this publicly, but I tried not to do, like, until now I haven't really done reviews on YouTube. The reason is, like, to me, there's a difference between a sponsored segment and a review, right? A review, you kind of expect it to talk about both the good and the bad, whereas a sponsored segment, you can just hype things up. And yeah, it's a lot less adversarial. It tends to create less toxic relationships between creators. So I tend to prefer doing just sponsored segments and staying away from reviews. So this is going to be a bit experimental. Basically, the way I picture this is going to be a stream where we're just a couple people here. It's fine, it's chill, we can ask questions, we can chat, etc. We can talk about this. If I happen to like what I see, which I think I will, because I haven't read this system, but I've watched a bunch of Dungeon Coach's videos and I've been pretty impressed by what I saw. So if I end up liking this, then I'll be making a video about it. Basically, I'll be taking the stream, cutting it up for brevity and for watchability, and making a VOD out of it. A highlights clip, basically. But that's kind of how I think I can be fair, both as a reviewer and as a fellow creator who doesn't really want to create toxic relationships between creators, basically. So that's kind of how I figured this would go. But yeah, let me tell you what you think, because this is very much experimental, where we'll see how it goes. Another thing is, like, in a review, typically I would prefer just having very clear incentives, but this is also something which muddies the water, which is if you scroll to the description of this video, you'll see I have an affiliate link for the Kickstarter campaign, which is starting in 3 days, I think. So full disclosure, just because I want to be like completely clear and transparent, yes, I do kind of benefit from if you happen to use this link. I'll try not to let it color my opinions. I kind of just want this stream to be me diving into something that's pretty cool, and then having a lot of things to talk about, because this system was, from what I've seen at least, not afraid to be pretty experimental and changing a lot of the status quo that we've seen. I think there's going to be a lot of game design insights we can scrape off of it. But yeah, let's get started. I've only skimmed the table of contents so far, so I know a bit about how the game is set up, but I pretty much don't know anything past this. This is the version Alpha 0.7, which was just released yesterday, so there's also a bunch of changes that I don't know about. Oh, that is pretty detailed. There's almost a dozen, what's it called? Bookmarks just for 2 pages. That probably will help you find what you're looking for pretty easily. That's already a good sign. I am not a graphic designer or whatever, so I leave the critique of the graphic design to someone who actually knows what they're talking about. I just pay people to do it right for me whenever I do need some graphic design. We are probably going to quick read a lot of this, right? Because that's 168 pages. Then there's a monster guide, which is doesn't have a table of content. Oh, the monster guide is only 7 pages yet, at least for now. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Then there's also a form fillable character sheet. So I guess one way we could do this is we could read the book, and as we do, just figure out some kind of monstrosity / character to build together. So yeah, let's get started. Note from the creator. So that's a lot of the meta information saying the Kickstarter campaign is coming, etc. The base stuff, and already we have something to talk about, I think. Because I saw a bunch of videos about this. I have some thoughts, and yeah, let's talk about that. For sure, that could be interesting. I'm just gonna scoot over to the other side. So in this system, first of all, you have only 4 attributes. This is very much a fantasy RPG in the same veins as D&D, etc. To my understanding, at least, it was created in response to the OGL nonsense from last year. So but it's not really trying to just take 5e and remake it, like with except as an open system, the way that maybe Tales of the Valiant does. This is very much what the way I've seen it described is if uh, if 5e hadn't been afraid to go into 6th edition, this might be the result. And that's an interesting description to me. Like, this is not afraid to get rid of a lot of the legacy features of D&D and look at it with a fresh new pair of eyes. So that's pretty cool. We have might, agility, wisdom, and charisma. And one of the most important things of this system is this thing they call the prime modifier. Where is this defined? This thing. Okay, the prime modifier allows you to create the kind of character... No, that's the sidebar, that's not the definition. Oh, there it is. Your prime modifier represents your overall experience and prowess as an adventurer. You use your prime modifier as the primary bonus for you add the checks involving attacking, casting a spell, or awareness of dangers around you. Your prime modifier is always equal to the value of your highest attribute. So I've seen a lot of debates online about this. If I can pull out this Calidro for a second. Oh, that's a spoiler for another thing I wanted to do. Oops. So there's pros and cons, and it's a very interesting thing in terms of game design to me. Because basically the idea is because this is a point buy system, I think. Where is it? Yeah, point buy. You start with -2 in all of your attributes. You then gain 12 attributes points to increase whichever attributes you want up to the attribute limit. So one way to look at this is that if you have your 4 attributes, so might, what's the other names exactly? So I don't get it wrong. Agility, charisma, and intelligence. So one way to look at it, which would be perfectly valid, would be to say, you are going to start with a +3 in your biggest stat anyway, right? It doesn't really matter where it's gonna go. You're still going to get a +3 as your prime modifier, regardless of who your character is. So does it really matter? Right? That's an interesting question. And like, to be completely clear, to my understanding, Dungeon Coach, the creator of this system, is a math teacher, so there's absolutely no way he doesn't know about this, right? Like, he knows that your prime modifier is not really going to depend on your character build. So does that reduce the variety of builds, right? Can you not make a character who is quote-unquote bad? That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it, which I find interesting, is sure, you could say that the prime modifier reduces character variety, but on the other hand, in D&D, where you have all of your strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, intelligence, charisma, say you're making a barbarian. Because there's no prime modifier, you're probably going to have, let's say, +3 to strength. Then because you have +3 to strength, when you go pick your skills, you're probably going to take a proficiency in athletics. Right, so here, you're kind of letting your character concept dictate what character you're making, whereas here, you're very much guided by the system itself, right? One choice informs the next, And it's less about what character you want to create and more what character you should create. Where you put the 3 really changes your character. There are some pretty major pros and cons where you have your dump stats. Yeah, there's another consequence of this, yeah, which is it's not like the choice doesn't actually matter, because might also happens to do things, right? If I scroll to might, yeah, if you happen to make an intelligence-focused barbarian, which is a thing you can do, you're not going to have heavy weapons, you're not going to have heavy armor. Like, it has ramifications still. There's a variant on the very next page that also makes your prime equal to the limit. Oh, I'm getting some tips from the people who've actually read this. That's interesting. Where is the... It's up to you. Is this in this box, I suppose? I also don't know how it scales past level 1. Like, at level 1, your prime attribute is pretty much always going to be a 3, regardless of what character you create. But maybe at higher level, you're gonna have some more choices that might result in the higher or lower prime attributes. Page 10. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Instead of the prime attribute being determined by a PC's highest attribute, it's instead equal to their attribute limit, which means it will always be maxed out. Yeah. It's kind of... In a sense, like, in D&D, the fact that the barbarian can pretty much only use strength, like, you could do a dexterity-based barbarian, but it's probably not going to be as good 95% of the time. Or if you do, it's probably going to be some weird min-max build that makes GMs everywhere cringe. But, like, in a sense, this is done to convey what the game is about, right? Whether it's used to communicate the setting. Whereas here, it pretty much puts the responsibility of who creates the setting more on the players than on the system, in a sense. Because you could have a strength-based wizard, and it's going to be up to you to define what that looks like, right? I don't know if the game is going to tell you, like, okay, if you're playing a strength-based, might-based wizard, does that look like something in particular? But yeah, like, this has definite pros and cons, and I'm excited to see how it plays. I know there's a lot of people who are already running this thing, which is exciting, because that means I'm gonna get a bunch of videos and actual plays to look at and see how it runs. So yeah, that's a thing. I'm kind of skimming over it, just because there's a lot of things we need to go through. And I already kind of know how this works for the most part. Standard array. Okay, you could do standard array, you could do point buy, and you could do rolls. Okay, so just like D&D 5e, you have the 3 methods. Is there something special about how they roll? 1d6 minus 3 4 times. Okay, because you're only using the actual modifiers. You don't have, like in D&D, a 20 and then a +4 on the other side. There's a pretty functional Foundry VTT system as well. I'm definitely planning to run it. I need to get into Foundry. Like, I'm using this this weird thing I built for my own playthroughs, Where is it? Oh, because I'm on Firefox, it's not showing, I think. Yeah, it's not showing because I'm on Firefox. Google is being too smart. Basically, yeah, I built a Chrome extension to help me with my playtests because I'm too lazy to actually learn how to use Foundry. Rolling is so risky. Yeah, because with this formula, you could definitely have a lot of negative stuff. What's it look like? -2 to +3. So if I'm just rolling 4d6. Okay, I have the luck of a GM who has all of the karma in the world, so I'm pretty good. But yeah, I could see how this could be very difficult. Or how this could be pretty risky, yeah. Okay, how do the skills work? Is there some interesting things here? I don't remember if I've seen a video talking about the skills yet. Skills are representative of a creature's ability to perform certain activities. If two creatures are wrestling each other, they can use their athletics skill to compete against each other. Every skill is tied to an attribute. Right, so we don't have a situation where you can roll like charisma intimidation, it doesn't look like. Each skill represents an aspect of an attribute, such as athletics being an aspect of a creature, might attribute, etc. The awareness skill uses your prime attribute. That's interesting. But that feels like it's very much a consequence of experience, right? Like in a lot of games, we see that perception is probably the skill that gets rolled the most. So the idea of making every single character good at it, like, yeah, you're an adventurer, you should be good at perceiving adventuring related things. That kind of makes sense to me. I appreciate the amount of sidebars and tips included here, reminds me of 13th Age. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I need to get in on this, because this is definitely a good idea to do. Okay, then we have the description of every single skill. So athletics is climbing, swimming, jumping, grappling. Okay. Intimidation is threatening and forceful command. Okay. Trickery is sleight of hand. Attempting to disarm a trap is also under trickery. That's interesting. Like the skill systems, it's usually one of the ways the tabletop RPG gets to convey a lot of what it's about. So the fact that, for example, awareness is here, that already tells you, yeah, you're going to be rolling a lot of that. You're probably not going to roll a lot of that unless you're specified. You're specialized, sorry. Okay, so sleight of hand is in trickery, but it's not in stealth. That's interesting. Investigation, medicine. I'm just skimming over most of this. Trades. Oh, that's a new thing I didn't know about. Representative of a creature's ability to perform with certain tools and professions. If someone wanted to craft an item, build a wall, etc. Okay, so it's kind of the tools from 5e, except it's kind of the tools. So I get what this is about mostly. It does go into a bit more detail, it looks like. Like we actually have uses for these. A skill can be used with any attribute, but they're presented with a home base. Okay. Yeah, it's mostly a usability thing, okay. Perception is treated like a save and not a skill in PF2. Is that 2 sentences? No, it's a single sentence. And this seems like almost a way of splitting the difference by making it still a skill, but having it be all at your highest modifier. Yeah. It does kind of make sense. I've definitely been at tables where you kind of need to be good at perception, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. And at that point, like, being good at perception, if everyone is good at perception, it doesn't really help convey what makes your character unique, right? It doesn't really help convey their personality anymore if everyone has to be good at that. So might as well just make everyone good at that anyway. Mastery, that's a new thing. I kind of noticed on the form fillable character sheet that you had different levels of mastery like this. Of course, Firefox, being Firefox, doesn't use checkboxes the same way every single other web browser does. You gotta love it. I'm sure Dungeon Coach has pulled a couple hairs from looking at this. So how does it work? Skill mastery. Your mastery with certain skill sets, such as awareness, stealth, and investigation. These are... Okay, so that's... Okay, you have different types of mastery. So can you spend a mastery on any of these, or do you get like 2 skill masteries? Like, do you get 2 masteries and then you can put them in skill masteries, or do you get just 2 skill masteries and you can't spend them on something else? You can spend mastery in awareness, so everyone is disenchanted, but you can invest points in being an expert. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Skill mastery represents your proficiency with a skill, ranging from novice to grandmaster. Okay, and it's basically a +2 for every single level. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have a proficiency bonus in this. This is kind of taking the spot that 5e's proficiency bonus kind of used to take, where your numbers get bigger because you become a better person. Mastery is capped by level. Where is the limit? Okay, yeah, there. So you can only be a novice. Okay, so when you create your character, say you have like 4 masteries, you can do this, but you can't do this. That kind of makes sense. You spend skill points to increase your skill mastery in a skill up to your skill mastery cap, defined by your level. Okay, yeah. A PC can exceed their skill mastery limit each time they gain the expertise feature. Oh, that's interesting. That one is pretty interesting, yeah. Example, a level 20 PC has a skill mastery limit of Grandmaster. However, a level 20 Rogue has the skill expertise feature granted at level class 1, 5, and 8, which increases their skill mastery limit by 1 for a total of 8. Okay, that's how he's doing it. Okay, so for the skill monkeys, you definitely have some nice stuff to invest into. Is this what this field is about? Like you write this, and then if you have 8 skill masteries, you go whoop all the way up. It's more granular. Like, oh, sorry. I activated the scratching my head emote for a second. Yeah, it's more granular for sure. But that, in terms of like gameplay, in terms of game design at least, this type of stuff is mostly like it gives you stuff to look forward to, if that makes sense. You see where the ceiling is, and you get to go, okay, I'm gonna get there eventually. Okay, gaining skill mastery, skill points. You gain skill points from your background, class, intelligence if it's positive. Okay. When you make a skill check using a skill in which you lack mastery, you don't gain a skill mastery bonus on the check. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Unless I'm missing something. Certain abilities might require a certain level of mastery to perform. Okay, so that's just telling the GM, okay, how do you make a good skill check? How do you design a good skill check for your players? Trade mastery represents your proficiency with a trade. Okay, so this seems to work the exact same way except for trades, from what I can tell. Yeah, same thing, you have a trade mastery limit. And the expertise feature also increases the limit. Okay, so yeah, trade mastery just works the same for the most part. Except you don't gain it in the same way. You gain it from your... Okay, you can gain it from the same thing. Okay, yeah, this is to convey flavor, it looks like. Like some ancestries gain masteries with specific trades. Okay. So lacking trade mastery. So yeah, this is a mirror of what we saw with the skills, looks like. Hi, welcome Chungisito. So we're very much starting. I think I'm on page 20, yeah. So for now, we've only seen the attributes and then also the skills. So what I've said at the start of this stream is basically I've seen a bunch of videos, but this is going to be my first time reading through all of this, all of the detail. And yeah, what I've seen of the videos was very impressive, especially because, to my understanding at least, like, this is a pretty small team. It's just Dungeon Coach and maybe a couple people. Yeah, there's a game design director, a bunch of reviewers. You'd love to see it. But yeah, this is extremely impressive. Like, I'm working on a system myself. I am nowhere close to that level of... Like, this is so much ahead of anything I've been able to put together. Where were we? Starting attributes, skills. Okay, after the trades, there's the languages, which suddenly unzoomed me for some reason. It's probably Firefox. Don't worry about it. Firefox tends to do that. Yeah, trade and skill masteries are functionally the same, yeah. Which is fine. Like, they fulfill the same role in terms of game design, which is giving you a thing to roll if you're trying to improvise, basically. Languages. Is there some hot takes on the language? Okay, so you have categories of languages: mortal, exotic, divine, and outer. The history of each language will be included. Okay, so yeah, this is a very early alpha version. Okay, so is it something like you get more mortal languages than you get exotic languages or something? Or is it harder to get exotic languages in one way or another? Skill mastery. Are we... Did I go back? Yeah, I was on page 20. I was on page 20. Let me scroll back to where we were. The checks and saves. Okay. When a creature makes a check or save, they roll a d20 and add any relevant bonuses. And I'm gonna guess the DC is going to be 20. Types of checks. Okay, so that's the glossary. That's going to be the thing that does a lot of heavy lifting, because I'm gonna guess if I do Control F of this, I'm gonna get like 200 matches. I don't actually get the list of matches because this is Firefox, and I really need to set up a Chrome profile so I have a web browser for these streams that is actually worth using. Okay, so you get flat attribute checks. I have a bit of interesting game design for this. It's something I have for now a solution for my own system, but that is pretty weird. So here's the thing, right? In this game and in D&D and in a lot of games that work like this, you're gonna have might, and then you're gonna have athletics, right? So if your might is 3 and you have like 2 levels of expertise in athletics, you're gonna roll athletics with +7. So far, so good. Here's the consequence of this, though. If you're rolling a flat attribute check, then a DC of 15, let's say. Please open your eye, little Modron guy. There we go. A DC of 15 is already going to be pretty hard. Whereas the same DC of 15 for a roll of +7 suddenly that is just kind of an okay check, right? So you have the same roll, but a very different meaning. And this is a... Are you using Firefox for stream so you don't accidentally leak something? Exactly. Yep. I've seen some mistakes being made, and I decided that it was worth using Firefox just for this. But yeah, basically, if you have a very different scale for flat attribute checks than for skill checks, you're gonna have a different scale for difficulty classes as well. That makes things pretty difficult to convey to new GMs, especially. Because if you tell them, okay, yeah, just roll DC 15 most of the time, which is generally good advice, right? If they apply it to a flat attribute check or a skill check, that's going to be very different. It's not necessarily something the game needs to solve, right? I just happen to focus most of my design on GMs, so I very much care about this part of the graph rather than this part. But yeah, do we have a section on designing checks? Like what is the difficulty of a medium check, for example? Skills and saves often have different DCs. Yeah, that's for that reason, right? Types of save you have. Might, saves, agility. Okay, so one for each attribute. Flat attribute checks. Roll the d20 at the associated attribute. Okay. So that's the... So far, that's the player-facing version of this explanation. Okay, but that works as a d20 system does. So far, so good. Page 86 for it. GC. Okay, so we're just gonna scooch over to this. In general, checks work on a by 5 system. Okay. I personally always have checks in the by 5s. Yeah, same. Like, I could not care less about a DC 12 or DC 13. It doesn't really make a difference in terms of game feel to me. So yeah, I also am very much of the school of, yeah, just DC 15 most of the time. Do we have a caveat in there for flat attribute checks? Doesn't look like we do. That's fine, like, I'm judging this based on a standard that pretty much only matters to me, but yeah. Check categories. Oh, that's a new thing. Physical check, mental checks, and martial checks. Physical checks is agility, might, or attack. This includes any check that uses might or agility. Okay, cool. Mental check is charisma, intelligence, or spell check. And what is martial check? When a creature makes a martial check, it can choose to make an acrobatics or an athletics check. Ah. So it's kind of like a sub-prime attribute, in a sense. Like you have your 4 attributes, you have the physical and the mental, and then you have the prime, which is the max of everything, and you have the martial, which is the max of just these 2. It's a nice little, what's the word? Shorthand for something that is used pretty often. Passive skills. Okay. Sometimes a GM might not ask a PC to roll any dice. The passive skills, I'm just gonna say this before I read it. I've seen so many different takes on how passive checks can work or should work. Like, this is definitely a thing that 5e specifically probably doesn't give as much guidance as it should. So we'll see if DC20 has a tighter vision of what a passive check means, basically. Sometimes a GM might not ask a PC to roll any dice to determine the success of a check. Instead, the GM would use the PC's average result for that type of check. Every skill has a passive value, which is equal to 8 plus all the bonuses. Okay. I don't want to go actually, but yeah. if it's a D10 plus all of the stuff, the 8 is actually pretty below the average. So that's an interesting choice. Like you're always going to be better at rolling than at using your passive. That's an interesting choice. And again, he's a math teacher. I don't expect that this went past him. So there isn't really a guidance, at least here, maybe on page 86 there might be more guidance on when you should use it. These passive skill, oh, there is. When the PC is not actively performing this action or it's being done over a longer period of time. Oh, I like that this kind of takes the two most common cases where you would want to use it. Okay, that kind of makes sense. In 5e, it always spelled bad that the active checks were often worse than the passives. Yeah, this is a good way to kind of skew the player behavior in the direction of, I want to actually roll dice. You know, like, I like using passives, it's fine, but as the name implies, you don't get to roll die. And rolling die is a huge part of the fun of D&D, or tabletop RPGs in general. But yeah, I kind of get... This is interesting. I hadn't seen a video about this specific part of the setting. The system, sorry. Permanent advantage and disadvantage. You add or subtract 5 to your passive skill, okay. Just as in 5e, so that kind of works. So at least I know how this kind of plays out at the table. Example, saves. Making an attribute save, you roll D20 plus attribute plus combat mastery. Okay, here it is. They also have combat mastery. Then they would add +1 to their save. Is it also something that works based on your class? Where's the classes? Let's just pick one at random. Let's go wizard. I think that was the previous one. Nope. Okay, let's go with something less popular because the wizard gets quoted in a bunch of different things. There we go. Yeah, okay, you get your combat masteries based on your class, it looks like. The being done over a longer period of time feels kind of bad to me because it's often worse than active. If you have the long time, you should be able to take the time to do it better. But I haven't seen it in this document yet. Maybe it's in here somewhere that I just haven't seen it. But one of the most common pieces of advice that I see online about skill checks is basically don't use skill checks if like it's trivial enough that failure isn't really something that is likely to happen. And I think I've seen Dungeon Coach basically echo this advice, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it somewhere in here. Okay, let's go back to page 24. Okay. So this kind of works how I'm used to. I'm not lost too much yet. Death saves. Do we see some spicy hot takes about death saves in here? Because I know, I think in what was the name of the book that Dungeon Coach published? I am bad with names. I forgot the name. But yeah, there was a book of homebrew rules that he published. I think death saves is one of the things he already had a lot of hot takes on. Let's see. When a creature rolls a death save, it rolls a d20. The result is 10 or higher. It succeeds on the death save. Okay. It doesn't say here what happens next. Where's death saves on the... character sheet? Death threshold, that's different. Alkenda's Almanac, thank you. Saves are a character choice related to classes. Okay. We're not yet to the part where I get to complete this character sheet with the rest of you yet. I think we're gonna get to it pretty soon though. The death door on page 34. Let's go check that out real quick. When you are reduced to 0 hit points or lower, you suffer the following effects. You immediately gain 1 level of exhaustion. Okay, we're starting to see the hot takes taken. Okay, so you get exhaustion. You can't spend more than 1 AP until the end of your next turn. Oh, so you can still act. It's kind of like Borderlands, where you're just kind of downed. That is pretty sick, and I assume there's some stuff that costs more than 1 AP, so you're probably not going to be able to do everything your character would normally be able to do. What's the pitch of this game? So far it looks extremely similar to D&D 5e. Yeah, I've seen it described... Oops, that's not the right emote. There we go. Yeah, I've seen it described as what 6th edition might look like if it actually existed. Yeah, it's kind of taking the last 10 years as hindsight and trying to build upon what we've seen, getting rid of the legacy features that you only need if your name is Wizard of the Coast. And you have a lot of fans who will get very angry at you if you don't have a separate number for ability modifiers and ability scores. Even though you don't really have a use for ability scores anymore. Concentration, you can't concentrate, that kind of makes sense. Death saves at the end of each of your turns, you make a death save. You take 1 true damage. I'm gonna need to control F this, just to figure out what this means. Critical failure, you fall unconscious. Critical success, you're restored to 1 hit point. So what is true damage? Okay, it's damage that you can't be resistant to, it looks like. A special type of damage that can't be reduced by any means, yeah. How does that work, though? Because you're already at 0 hit points. Let's go back to the death door page. Okay, so every time you fail a death save, you take 1 damage. You can be stabilized to avoid having to make death saves. Its reactions take from your next turn instead of your previous turn. That's something I'm interested in seeing how it works. But we're gonna get to that. If you get past your death threshold, you die. What is the value of your death threshold? Where does it come from? Creature's death threshold is equal to 0 minus its prime modifier. Okay, that makes sense. So it starts at -3, but then it can go lower as you level up. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, you can fail 3 death saves, I guess, before then. What happens if you get hit? Hit points are equal to 6, okay, plus your level, plus your might. What happens if you get hit while you're at death's door? Do you take damage, like the full damage of the attack? But the attack damage in this system, if I remember, is pretty low, right? Like you get attacks that deal 2-3 damage. Death most likely, yeah. Where were we? Because I skipped around a bit. I was on the first link to death's door, so that would be where the death save is defined. Yeah, there it is. It can scale with good rolls, yeah. But you're not gonna get attacks that deal like 25 damage, basically. So if you're a pretty high level character, let's say your death threshold is -6, you could potentially take 1 or 2 hits while at death's door. So that does help. Oh, and because it's negative hit points, that does also mean if you're at like -5 hit points, you're gonna need to get healed at least 6 hit points, which I'm gonna assume is gonna be pretty difficult in order to get back up. So that definitely helps with the whole yo-yo thing, where people save their heals until you get to 0 hit points, because there's like that's the most impact you could have as a healer. Anything higher than 5 is impressive. Yeah, because you need to be pretty high level. Okay, so what do we have? Physical saves, okay. Mental saves. Again, that's some good, healthy shorthands that you get to reference throughout the rest of the rules. Save DC is 10 plus your prime modifier plus your combat mastery. Dynamic attack saves. What is this? Okay, so when you deal damage and also impose an effect, it's called a dynamic attack save. Okay, so yeah, you bite and then there's also some poison. That's the thing that I need to implement in Battle Sim, by the way. Provoking creature's check is compared against the target's defense to determine if the target takes damage. Okay, so yeah, like you could already do this. This section just introduces a term for it so that you can reference it in the rules. Welcome, Dev Steam. Gaining advantage. You can spend 1 AP to gain advantage on a check or save per AP spent. Well, I think we're gonna get to a point where I have a nice little story to tell. Stacking advantage. Okay, you do have stacking advantage in this game. Stacking advantage is nice because it's like diminishing returns, right? So if I go to any dice. So that's just regular advantage. You can see that the average is 3.8 higher than usual. If I go super advantage, it's only about not even 2 points higher than regular advantage, right? So you get diminishing returns. At some point, like, you gotta ask yourself, do I really want to spend a bunch of resources, a bunch of action points just to get a small advantage? Yeah, it's self-regulating, it's really elegant. Oh, the modron blocks any dice, sorry. If this ends up being a video, I'm just gonna re-edit the any dice on the side. Stacking advantage is nice. Combining advantage and disadvantage. How does it work? Okay, it cancels out. You don't take like the middle roll. Okay, so yeah, if you have disadvantage, it's really, really worth it to spend advantage. Variable advantage and disadvantage. What does that mean? Sometimes you might have to make a check against a group of creatures. Oh, where you have advantage against some creatures, but not all of them. You make one separate roll for each level of advantage you have, basically. I haven't seen this come up in D&D too much. I'm curious. Oh, they have an example. A wizard targets 3 creatures with a fireball spell. It doesn't have advantage. Okay, because you have spellcasting checks, this does actually make sense. Okay, yeah. That's not a huge problem, or at least the solution does kind of make sense to me. You just make one roll for each level of advantage. You find yourself wanting to use your IP to combo with your party. Hello, ukulele. Multiple check penalty. Oh, that's the thing I had a story about. That's the thing that I'm really curious. And I know there's a lot of people who have played the system in the chat. So I'm gonna need to ask you some questions here. Because there's a pretty famous game design story related to this. Back in the very early 2000s, we're gonna scroll. There was this game, you might have heard of it, it's called World of Warcraft. It's like pretty indie. They, like, during the very first version of that game, they had something called, I think it was the exhausted penalty, where basically the way it works is if you played World of Warcraft for, let's say, 2 hours, I don't remember the exact numbers, you would get a penalty where all of the experience points you gained were halved. And people hated this. They took to the forums, they did what internet people did. And so Blizzard had to actually change it. And instead they introduced the well-rested bonus, which was basically the exact opposite, where instead, for the first 2 hours after you logged in, all of the experience points you gained were doubled. And then what they didn't tell people is, also, we halved all of the XP in the game. They kind of just sneaked that one in. So mathematically, the game was exactly the same. It was just the presentation, right? Is that game any good? I don't know. I've heard good things about it. But yeah, it was just a change of presentation, but just presenting it as a bonus rather than a penalty, people suddenly liked it. Even though the math was exactly the same, right? You would gain levels at the exact same pace. You would have the same incentive to maybe sometimes log off the computer and play other games. It was basically mathematically the exact same thing, just the presentation was different. And here we have an example of something where you do have a penalty. And I've seen this mentioned in the context of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, because Pathfinder 2nd Edition also has a multiple check penalty, where if you do the same action multiple times, you get a stacking disadvantage. Or in Pathfinder, it's a stacking, I think it's -5, correct me if I'm wrong. But I've seen a lot of people really dislike this. So my question to you, chatters who have actually played this game, is what do you feel about this thing? How does it play? Like, do you enjoy the fact that if you use the same action multiple times, you're gonna get a penalty for it? Because I understand it does, like, the existence of this mechanic is very healthy, right? It encourages players to take actions like which are more varied. But is the presentation of it a problem to you? That's something I'm pretty interested in seeing how it plays at the table, because that is a pretty well-known game design thing. You have so much control in removing that stacking penalty that the help that it offsets it, especially with teamwork. Okay, that's interesting. It's only for attacks. Is that for Pathfinder, I think? It feels bad learning it, but you get over it eventually. Okay. Yeah, this is a very healthy thing to have for sure. It definitely helps make sure that your turns are not going to be attack, 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 attack every single time. Yeah, and the fact that you can spend a resource to remove that penalty, like, it's a lot more interactive. That's interesting. Like, I can guarantee you there's some game design, like some professional game design researchers which are going to look at this and go like, there's going to be like some discussions around some coffees. Probably would be better to be called something like action fatigue. It's still the same, right? It's think that the fact that it's presented as a penalty, but you can very easily opt out of it, might be the thing that makes this work. Yeah, that's interesting. Like the knowing about this little psychology trick, it has definitely informed a lot of the designs that I've made. But seeing that, yeah, the DC20, it's not that they're getting away with it. It's like they have it and it doesn't seem to be an issue, and that's really interesting to me. Like I've seen people have issue with it with Pathfinder 2, but I haven't seen like negative feedback on it for DC20 specifically. The other way around is having pretty bad base bonus and having a bonus for doing your first and second attack. Feels weird. Yeah, the other way would add a lot of tracking. It would be akin to WoW, allowing you to pay gold to turn off the XP reduction for an hour. Yeah, I mean, people would actually definitely do that, for sure. It breaks very similitude for me in PF2E. This does sound slightly better, but I haven't played DC20. Right. That's something like whenever I watch there was a live play with some YouTubers on the Dungeon Coach's channel a couple months back. Like, I was paying so much attention to that. I was like, what do the players feel about that? Okay, that is just the game design nerd in me talking, but if you're the kind of person called normal people who don't think that watching GDC talks every day is a normal hobby for one to have, that's probably just some nerding. Something really nerdy. Anyway, let's move on to checks and save outcomes. Critical success and failure. Okay, so you do have critical success. Do you have it on saves? DC20 rolling multiple dice and taking the lowest feels better than PF2E with minuses. Ah, rolling more dice versus more math. That might be one of the factors as well, yeah. Because PF2E, like, it adds math, whereas this, it adds the fun part of rolling dice. That could be a factor as well, for sure, yeah. A full attack takes concentration. Anyway, that's just me being a huge nerd. On stream in front of a bunch of people. Don't worry about it too much. It happens. When a creature rolls I've already read this part. Attack checks and spell checks. Critical success. When a creature gains a critical success on an attack check that deals damage, it's considered a critical hit. Deals +2 damage. Okay, makes sense. If it's an attack check or spell check that doesn't deal damage, it automatically succeeds even if it would normally fail. Okay. I'm curious how the scaling is for this game. Because this is also the case in 5e, but in 5e, like the scaling is pretty tame, right? You can still use something like a goblin against a level 8 character, and if you have enough goblins, they're still going to be a threat. Whereas in something like Pathfinder, for example, the progression is much steeper, so the monsters stay relevant a lot less throughout your adventures. So what I've seen personally in 5e is, yes, attacks do still hit, on a natural 20, regardless of the target's AC, but you never really get a situation where the target's AC is so high that this actually ends up mattering. Like, unless you're fighting a Tarask at level 4, I've never actually seen this matter too much, and it's fine, right? But this, depending on how steep the game's progression is, it might matter more or less often, basically. Where in Pathfinder, yeah, that stuff would matter multiple times per session, basically. Critical failure on attack checks. The attack automatically misses. This one actually does matter in 5e. Pretty often. It will likely land somewhere between 5e and PF. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna need to see some monsters. I also have the monster guide open. So we're gonna be able to sample like maybe a couple low-level monsters and a couple high-level monsters. Oh, we don't have any stat blocks in here. Just the rules for monsters so far. The package with all of the PDFs in it, it also had an adventure, so maybe I can find some stat blocks in here. But that's gonna be for later. Critical failure on spell checks. It fails to cast, okay. When a critical failure happens, the AP and MP spent is lost, but any other resource, such as arcane points, sorcery points, and material components, are not spent. That is interesting. That definitely helps with the kickback of having your entire action fails. You don't also spend a bunch of resources. Just the MP. You would still hit a Tarask. Oh no. You would still hit a Tarask at level 4. That is kind of silly. I mean, it's probably immune to a bunch of stuff, but yeah, rolling a natural 20 is not going to change that. Yeah, the monster guide hasn't been updated in a while. Okay, yeah. I assume that that's going to be one of the goals of the Kickstarter campaign. I understand, like, yeah, if you watch my channel, most of my stuff is aimed at GMs, so I have a very, like, what are the GM tools kind of mindset when designing stuff. But I understand that in Dungeon Coach's case, he has a much heavier focus on player-facing stuff, which is really nice. Like, you need both, obviously. Saves. Critical success on saves. It automatically succeeds, okay. Critical failure on saves. It automatically fails. Okay, so we do have crit success and crit fails on saves in here, which is nice. Like, there's a reason this is a popular rule, a popular home rule. Like, it's because critical successes are fun, as it turns out. Okay, and you still get a tip which tells you if the only way to succeed is a natural 20, maybe don't do that too often. Contested critical outcomes. When multiple creatures gain a critical success, the creature with the highest total result gains a... Oh, that definitely comes out of experience. This is not the thing I would think of including if it didn't come out of a playtest. Absolutely. Degrees of success. Oh, that's an interesting one. How do you do degrees of success? Okay, it's by 5. which matches the rest of the system. Okay, that makes sense for sure. I'm actually doing something very similar for my system. Yeah, so if we've seen, I think it was on page 86. Yeah, we've seen that the DCs are in increments of 5, and the degrees of success are also in increments of 5, which means basically you can use a single check, and depending on the result, like you can have a moderate success, a hard success, a very hard success. That's pretty nice. I think I was actually on page 30 something. Yeah, degrees of success. Okay, and you have a shorthand that helps you. I really like the amount of keywords that this system introduces. Because, yeah, this is the stuff that you would need pretty often if you're gonna make use of it. Success 5 and success 10. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's some nice wording. Like, I'm gonna... I don't know if I'll feel it. But yeah, if I go to my system, I don't have as good of a wording for skill checks. Yeah, I just have this. And then if I go to skill checks, don't have as good of a like framework for how to present this information. Yoink, says the modern. I just need to run so many more playtests. Like the past 3 months have been absolutely cursed. I've run a single playtest in 3 months, and I'm experiencing game design withdrawal, basically. Degrees of failure. If a creature fails a check by 5 or more, they might suffer additional penalties. That's really cool. Attacks and defenses. When a creature makes an attack, it can do so by choosing an attack, a target within the target's attack range. There's 2 types of attacks, martial and spell. Okay. So you can use... It looks like it uses a martial check, so if I understand this right, you can use might or agility for any weapon, is that correct? Or is that just for unarmed strikes, maybe? Normal range, long range. Determining if an attack hits. Oh yeah, you use your prime attribute. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot that was 10 pages ago. My attention span is not good enough to remember. Okay. Yeah, it says a martial attack is made because it's just okay. A martial check, and then that's a keyword that you can use, like you are resistant to the damage of martial attacks or something like this. Okay, that makes sense. Defenses. You have physical defense and mystical defense. Is that basically your armor class? Except it's separated into two. Oh, so for those who don't know, I am French, and this is a slur in French. So if this system gets translated, I would advise maybe reviewing some of that. Do we have like does it depend on the damage type? Mystical defense. Oh, it depends on the damage type. That's such a simple way to do it. That's really interesting. A character starts off with a physical defense of 8. You can add your combat mastery. Which is half your level, is that correct? Yeah, level divided by 2. Rounded up, so you start with 9. And then you get your armor on top of it. Okay. And you add your agility. Okay. So yeah, that definitely is going to scale a bit steeper than 5e for sure. Just because you add what is half your level to it. And that's interesting. That means the game is kind of set up in a way where the early enemies, I don't have a good graph idea for this, but yeah, the early enemies are probably going to get obsolete pretty quickly compared to 5e, not as quickly as a Pathfinder. That's a thing I didn't see in any of the videos. Mystical defense formula, you add your charisma and your intelligence. So you don't get armor, but you get to add both. Well, that's one of the consequence of not a consequence, sorry. That's one of the things that will inform with how you spend your stats, even though there's a prime attribute, right? Because if you want to be really good against spells, you can still be a might-based wizard, but you're still probably gonna need some charisma and intelligence. Damage reduction. How do you get damage reduction? Yeah, exactly. In PF2E, you add double that number. So yeah, it's just a matter of how steep do you want the progression to be. And like, there's no right or wrong answer here. To be clear, like, Pathfinder is very clearly a very popular game, and it's a very like heroic fantasy focused game. You get pretty super heroic in that game. Whereas in my own stuff, like, it's post-apocalyptic, so it's very low progression. Like, a bandit is still going to be a threat to a very high-level character. It's just a matter of what type of, not mood, vibe, I guess, you want the game to have. How much of a superhero do you want the players to feel like? So long as you're consistent with how much of a superhero you want players to feel like, it's fine. Health points. Stronger the creature. Okay, at first level, 6 plus character level plus might. So this says at first level, but then this includes your character level. Theme, thank you. That's when you see that I'm not a native English speaker. Sometimes I forget really basic words. Damage reduction is resistance that can be bypassed. So if you're asking whether something should be resistance or damage reduction, ask yourself if a particularly strong attack would bypass it. Right. Because you still have resistance, just as a separate system. DC tip. Make sure you check each of these categories as you level up to keep your maximum HP updated. Yeah, otherwise you're gonna be in trouble. You get 1 hit points every time you level up, plus 1 for each attribute point you gain in might. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then talents might matter. Temporary hit points. Do we have some hot takes on the temporary hit points? I'm interested. Yeah, so they get taken out first. Doesn't stack. You choose which effect to gain the temporary hit points from. It lasts until you take a long rest, or it's reduced to 0. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Health thresholds. Certain game mechanics affect creatures while they're HP. Okay, so you have bloodied and well-bloodied. Again, that's some nice keywords to use. From the sound of my voice, I think it's time for a little hydration check. There we go. A creature's death threshold is 0 minus its prime modifier. Okay, so that's what we read the other time. Okay, so yeah, this is all about creating what we nerds call design space, basically. It's just trying to set it up so we have a lot of toys to work with, to create some interesting monsters, to create some interesting spells, etc. Death Door. When you're at 0 hit points or lower, you suffer the following effects. Okay, so we've already read this part. Stabilized, we've already read that. Continuous damage is cancelled while you're at Death Door. Okay. And yeah, what I've seen of it is basically all of this seems to be designed to avoid the yo-yo effect where people just get brought back up. I'm interested to see in playtest, like, does this system feel like it has a higher propensity to do death spirals because of it? Because it's harder to get out of a bad situation, maybe? I didn't see a roll for hydration. Sorry. There's currently some instances of resistance that don't specify. Okay. Degrees of damage. That's a thing that made a bunch of noise. I don't remember which system came up with the no attack or only one roll for attacks first. Was it? I think it might have been DC20, right? I mean, not first as in first ever, because yeah, there's definitely some games back in the 80s which did this too, but like this year we've seen 3 very popular systems do this. We've seen DC20 do it, we've seen Dagger Heart, and then we've seen the MCDM RPG do it. Each in very, like, in different ways, with different goals, different in execution, but it was interesting to see like this being almost like a trend for a short while. It's definitely a trend that I like. Like, I like rolling dice, but I also like getting on with the story, you know? Into the Odd does this as well? Probably. I need to actually read this someday. Hit and miss. Okay, so each 5 you get +1 damage. Just for the context of the video, if this ends up being a video, I'm just gonna do a quick read of this. So hit success. An attack deals +1 damage for every 5 the result of the check is above the target's defense. If it's at least 5 or above, then it's called a heavy hit. If it's 10 or above, it's called a brutal hit. Again, a bunch of nice keywords that we get to use in basically every other part of the system. Critical hits, so that's +2 damage, that's already mentioned above. Into the Odd doesn't roll to hit, it's just a damage roll. Oh no, I copied Into the Odd without knowing it existed. Oh no, that has happened like 4 times, I think. I really need to read it, because if my design sensibilities end up aligning so much with it, there's probably something there. Year Zero engine also does 1 roll. Yeah, but then it's a dice pool, and then you get to spend your successes in different ways. It's a very different take. That's also very interesting, but the goal is definitely not to save time when it comes to the Year Zero engine. Attack rolls can get pretty long. Especially when you're rolling like 17d6. I really like it, but like it's a very different goal, basically. Such a bit, and I'm not finding the PDF available. I know for a fact it's on the DC20 store. Like if you just Google Dungeon Coach, you should be able to get it. And if you're interested in it, where's the store? PDF maybe? Nope. At least it should be available for just $1 until the Kickstarter. Well, that's some nice people. Yeah, the alpha is just $1. Adding damage order. Start with the base damage of the attack. Add. Yeah, if it's just additions, the order shouldn't matter too much, but it's a nice reminder to have. Unless I'm missing something. Damage types. Okay, so we have the list of damage types again. Damage reduction. So that's basically the same information, just it looks like the short version basically. Resistance and vulnerability. Okay, so we do have resistance. Okay, half rounded up. Damage modification. Okay, now the order actually matters. So you do the adding and subtracting, and then you do the doubling and halving. Makes sense. You just need to have a rule, so long as it's consistent. But yeah. Managing damage multiples. Oh, if there's multiple damage types. Okay. You choose which of those damage type the bonus increases. Okay, that is interesting. I haven't seen something like this before. You get to choose, if you're dealing multiple types of damage and you have a bonus, you get to choose which damage type that applies to. Those of you in chat who've played this system, I'm curious, how often do we see damage resistance on monsters? Like, if you had to put it on the scale from on one end of the scale you have 5e where damage type really doesn't matter, and on the other end you have like The Witcher, where you kind of have to do your homework before you fight anything. Like, where does DC20 fall basically in terms of how much your damage types matter? Unless we just don't have enough monsters to tell yet, because this is still a work in progress. Yeah, you tell me. There isn't much resources for monsters. DMs have to create their own monsters right now. Okay, yeah, so that's going to be a for later kind of thing. Yeah, makes sense. A little closer to Witcher, but pretty middle ground. Okay, yeah. Shared damage. When two or more creatures share damage, divide the total by the number of creatures and distribute the damage equally. Oh, that's for... okay. if you have features like stepping in front of an attack. Ah, yeah, I remember watching a video about that, about how the throwing damage works in this game, which was really elegant. Where basically the amount of spaces that you get pushed, I think it's the amount of remaining spaces that you should still get pushed, that's the damage you take. The 10 damage would be divided by the 3 creatures, resulting in each creature taking 4 damage if you round up. For context, DC released a whole Witchery Monsters PDF, so he's a big fan of that. Yeah! It doesn't necessarily need to be the core loop, but just having this as an option, it's gonna help run some types of campaigns which are really hard to run in 5e right now. Combat resources, action points. You have action points which you can spend on combat. You can spend AP on actions, reactions, and features, such as maneuvers, cantrips, enhancements, class features, and ancestry features. The one term that I'm curious about right now is cantrip enhancements. I know DC20 has a very unique take on spellcasting. I just missed the video where he talked about it, so I know nothing about how it works, except the fact that it works very differently than what I'm used to. Gaining AP, the start of combat, you gain action points equal to your AP maximum. Does that mean some creatures get more? Because I thought everyone got 4. But apparently you have an AP maximum. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. AP can't be spent outside of combat. Instead, creatures declare what actions they'll take, and it just does it. Okay, cool. Yeah. You can spend additional AP when casting a cantrip. Okay, and that means when you're at death's door and you only have the single AP, you're gonna be in trouble. You can't do any of that. That's a nice condition that really has an effect on combat. Longer actions. Okay. When a PC takes the help action outside of combat, it grants another creature a D8. Okay, so that's different than just advantage. Okay, combat action sidebar. Combat in DC20 is a time when PCs are pushed to their absolute limit. That's what you like to see. Oh, I like this example. The idea that you're using multiple AP to tap into like your desperation. Yeah, I could definitely some nice roleplay getting out of this. Dice can stack. Does that mean you get multiple D8s? Or does it stack differently? Yeah, the GM might wait until all PCs have taken an action before allowing the help action again. Okay, that makes sense. Any check made during combat has its DC increased by 5? I think I'm missing the context of what is being modified. Okay, mana points. You gain maximum MP from the Spellcasting Mastery feature. Okay. And you regain your MP when you finish a long rest. Cool, cool, cool. You regain stamina points when combat ends. Okay, so the marshals and the spellcasters, they're kind of on a different clock. But it looks like all of the spellcasters and all the marshals are on the same clock. That's interesting. Like you don't have warlocks regaining stuff at the end of a short rest instead. SP outside of combat. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Stamina isn't really a clock. Oh yeah, because you can just regain them during the combat itself. It's a really short one, yeah. It's interesting in the way that stamina is almost more complex. Like you're gonna toy with it a lot more, it seems like. Grit points. I hadn't heard of those. What are those? Grit points. Characters with a high charisma attribute have a strong force of will and ability to influence and impact others around them, especially their friends and allies. Grit points represent character being able to enact that ability on themselves and allies. Okay. 2 plus your charisma. If your charisma is negative, then your total grit points is reduced by that same amount. You can have 0. Spending grit points. When you are hit by an attack, you can spend 1 grit points to reduce the damage you take by 1. If you have more than 1, can you spend multiple at the same time? Or is it just 1 at a time? Save resolve. When you or a creature that you can see makes a save, you can spend 1 grit point as a reaction to grant the creature advantage on the save. Oh, and reaction, that's one of your AP for the next turn. So immediately, yeah, that introduces a lot of decisions. What to do with charisma is always, like, what to do with charisma specifically in combat is always a question that didn't really have a good answer. So I guess this is DC20's answer to that. A creature can only benefit from 1 grit point per save. Okay. Actions and reactions. Minor action. Once per turn you can do 2 of these. Okay, so that's basically 3 actions, except you get to do 2 of these. Which is really good, because the amount of times I've seen people get hung up on the idea that you can only unsheath 1 weapon, and then that kind of makes dual wielding just kind of suck in D&D. Yeah. It specifies 1 grit point per save, but not for bearing damage. curious. Welcome, Chronic Sword. Okay, types of actions. Offensive actions. That's again another cool term to use, to introduce at least. Attack, disarm. Okay, attack. I kind of know how attacks work. I've seen a lot of videos about that. Disarm, I haven't heard about. You can spend 1 AP to make an attack check contested by the target's athletics, acrobatics, or trickery checks. Okay, so this could have been a martial checks, but then they decided to add a trickery as an option as well. The target has advantage if they're holding the item with 2 hands. That's cool. You have disadvantage if it's larger than you. And you can't disarm it if it's 2 sizes larger, okay. And then the object falls, and then you can probably kick it away with one of your minor actions, I guess. Or just pick it up yourself. You can draw a weapon as part of that attack. Okay. Now that does make things easier. Grapple. That does make things easier, but if you have weapons with like... oh, I was in front of the text this whole time, sorry. If you have weapons with which can only be fired once per turn, do you have those in this system? That does have some consequences. Grapple. Okay, so yeah, it's basically 5e except worded better, it looks like. Based on each other's size, okay. Success, the creature is grappled. You can move the target to any space adjacent to you. That is... by spending your own movement to do so. Okay, yeah. I think that might be one of the optional rules from 5e, except, again, you're just spending 1 sentence instead of, I think it was 2 paragraphs in 5e. When you move, you can move the target with you, but you're slowed, okay? Oh, I hadn't considered, but because of the stacking disadvantage, like you can try to escape a grapple multiple times, unlike in 5e, but it's going to get harder and harder. Force movement. If an effect attempts to forcibly move the target beyond your reach, you make the check or save instead. Oh, that one is interesting. So you can't just push an ally out of a grapple. You have to beat the grappler in order to do it. Okay, so you do have weapons which you can only fire once per turn, but how does it work? You can only make a number of ranged attacks with the weapon equal to its reload value before reloading. You must spend 1 AP and have a... Okay, but in that case, you can still, like, be Edgy McEdge, the demon hunter who has 14 crossbows, and then you never have to reload, right? Like that's a thing you can kind of bypass this limitation because of how you can pull out a weapon as part of the attack. Oh yeah, this is live. Like, feel free to ask questions and stuff. Shove, you can push a creature within one space of you. You push the creature one space away from you, or to its left or right. That's always a nice little additional option. And for each 5 you push it an additional space. That's really cool. That can result in some really cinematic stuff. Crossbow Stanlight lives forever. Yep. I mean, we've all made that character. It's fine. We can all live in the shared shame that we've all made Crossbow Stan or Edgy McEdge. Mine was named Rouge, the Rogue. We've all made it. It's fine. We can admit it. We can all move past this together. Past the cringe. Oh, that rule was for D&D. Okay. Then never mind. Edgy McEdge will only have 2 crossbows. Tackle. What does tackle do? Oh, okay. It's the knock prone version of shove, basically. You grapple the target and you both move one space in the same direction and immediately fall prone. Oh. Okay, it's not the knock prone version of shove. That's a very specific type of tackle. Disengage. Okay, only imposes disadvantage on opportunity attacks. So that tells me opportunity attacks are a thing. Oh, but because you have reactions, they're gonna have a very different relationship with your action economy. Like, because in order to use an opportunity attack, you have to save an action point. It's a get down, Mr. President. Yep. Dodge you. Oh, you can spend 1 AP to impose disadvantage on just one attack or grapple. So not every single attack. When you take the dodge action, you can spend 1 additional AP to impose disadvantage on all attacks. Okay, that's a nice level of choice. That's gonna introduce some nice choices. It's slightly more efficient since reactions don't take the multiple action penalty. Yeah. Yeah, you just attack once and then you reaction attack once. No penalty. That. Hide. How does stealth or combat stealth work in this game? I'm interested because I've seen very different takes on this. You can spend 1 AP to attempt to hide from one or more creature that can't see you. Make a stealth check against the opposing creature. Oh, against the opposing creature's passive awareness. Okay, so just 1 roll. You become hidden from creatures whose passive awareness you beat. Okay, so you just make 1 roll. That's really quick. You remain hidden until you make a noise louder than a whisper, make an attack, cast a spell with a verbal component. Oh, that's really cool. That is kind of a gripe I had with 5e. is you can't really cast spells sneakily. Here you can cast spells, just not every single spell. Or a creature takes the search action. Okay. It doesn't say that you stop being hidden if, like, you're standing in front of an enemy. What happens in this case? I assume that that's covered by the page 56 thing that they're mentioning here. When you take the hide action and beat an enemy's passive awareness, you become hidden from that creature because it can't see or hear you. However, if your stealth checks beats one enemy's awareness but not another, then you're hidden from the first enemy, but you're not hidden from the second. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I'm curious what happens when you move while hidden. Like if this is you and then there's a wall that you're hiding behind and then this is the enemy. Can you do, for example, I'm gonna walk up to this guy while hidden and then stab him, you know? Because that's something that sneaky player characters like doing, that it's always difficult to define how it works. The page number is wrong, apparently. The thing that has stayed fairly consistent and had remained a robust star of the system is that the 4 AP economy refresh at the end of turn. Is it really 4 actions? Because I'm still curious about that mention that you have an action, you have an AP maximum that depends on which creature you are. Then you have move. You move up to your speed. Default of 5, okay, yeah. Well, you can break up your movement despite the fact that it costs AP, okay. Okay, yeah, because otherwise it could feel very bad to waste a lot of movement just because of how the action sequence just happened to fall, basically. Monsters can have more than 4 actions. Okay, so just the monsters can, not the players. Help. So I've seen that this is one of the most common actions actually in this system. Like there's a lot of focus on team play, which is really cool. Like the reason we play these types of games is usually the fact that it gives us an excuse to hang out with our friends. So the focus on team play is something that I personally care about a lot. But I didn't really get out of 5e as much as I wanted to. If it's an attack, you have to declare which creature you're helping them attack. And you must be within 1 space of either the attacker or the target of the attack. Okay, so you can't just stand 50 meters away from the combat. Unless, I guess, you have a feature that lets you do it. You have to be over here in the melee with everyone else. You do have to be pretty specific with the help action. I wonder what that is. I wonder what the reason for this is, besides just preventing this situation. If you're helping with a skill check, you have to declare which skill check you're helping with. And you must have a mastery level in that skill check. Doesn't look like there's a limitation on where you need to be here. Multiple help penalty. Once you take the help action, each time you take the help action again, your help die decreases by 1 step. It goes D8, D6, D4. I'm also curious what the reasoning is for using a bonus die instead of like advantage or disadvantage, since you already have stacking advantage and disadvantage. Like there's probably a reason. I'm just wondering what that reason is. Because one of the reasons we don't really see that type of stuff in 5e is that the advantage doesn't really stack. How do I explain this? You only lose hidden... Okay, I think my chat is really lagging behind. Can I make it... I know there's a setting in here where I can reduce the delay. You only lose hidden when you do one of the things listed. Okay, so you can move in front of people while staying hidden. To get diminishing returns on the help action. Yeah, but we already have diminishing returns with advantage, right? With stacking advantage. I'm curious why there's 2 separate systems that both are about gaining bonuses in a diminishing return way. That's kind of why I'm curious. Like it's not that it doesn't work. It's just I'm curious. I want to look into the math of it and see how it works exactly. The reason it works like this. Object. Okay, so that's 1 AP to drink a potion, that sort of stuff. Transfer an item to or from another creature, okay. Administer a potion to another creature is also something that you usually need to handle, because that other creature is typically unconscious when you do it. You'll probably want to add like a willing creature here, just to avoid the cases where your player is I'm just administering a potion of instant sleep to the big bad evil guy. Skill-based actions. A creature can take the following skill actions on your turn, on its turn. I'm getting definite Pathfinder vibes out of this. I think Pathfinder is like you have one action for every single skill. It doesn't look like that's the case here. It looks like you only have a subset of actions that are mostly the stuff that you would have opportunities to use pretty often, it looks like analyze creature, calm animal, combat insight, search. I object. Yeah, I had the same reaction reading it. Like, I take the object action. I object to whatever is happening right now. But it's fine. Like, you kind of understand. Yeah, it's an object action. It's looser than Pathfinder, but has some parallels. Yeah, exactly. Conceal. What is the conceal action? To hide an object on yourself or in nearby foliage, rendering it hidden. And you're rolling this even though people can see you. Oh, that will lead to shenanigans. I'm here for it. This is shenanigans territory. Feint. It says the next attack against the target before the start of your next turn has advantage and deals +1 damage. That's an interesting one, because feint is usually how I see people describe the help action, if that makes sense. Like they're helping their allies by doing a feint and distracting the target of their allies' attack. Except this actually uses the advantage instead of the help dice, so you could feint and help, and that doesn't give you the actual penalty of doing help twice. You also don't have a range limit on this, it looks like. Unless I'm missing something. Is it a regular... It doesn't look like it's a rule for skill-based actions in general, that the target has to be within sight or something. But yeah, if you want to do like the typical bard, I would definitely use this a lot. For sure. It's interesting that the system tries to get you to do very varied actions, but then you have this, which kind of does double duty. No range limit. I'm gonna tell you right now, like, at the start of the stream, I said we would eventually fill a character sheet. Whichever character we're doing, it's gonna use shenanigans. It's gonna use this. Investigate. You can use it to find concealed objects, secret compartments, or discern mechanism, and it's separate from search, which is hidden creatures and hidden objects. This is awareness, and this is investigation. That's the reason why it's separate. Okay. So search, pretty much everyone is going to be pretty good at it, I'm guessing, while investigate, you'll probably want to be specialized in it. At least that's kind of the message I'm getting out of these two actions being separate. Jump. You can spend 1 AP to increase the distance you can cover when jumping. And then it's It's a degrees of success type thing to figure out how much you can jump. That's really nice. Because I've seen a lot of systems do jump rules where you have a set number of meters you can jump. But in most action movies, like whenever you see a creature, an actor typically, attempt a really wide jump, like there should be some stakes here, right? There should be some uncertainty. So the idea of tying it to a roll rather than a straight rule, like that's how much you can jump, period, that really appeals to me. Haven't seen anyone use feint. Huh. I just happen to play like support type characters in every single game that lets me, so whenever I see something like this, my mind immediately goes to, I want to use this, until my GM just kicks me out of the game. Your base jump is equal to your agility. Okay, so you have the base value, and then you can roll to gain a bonus. Yeah, I do kind of wish it linked you to the base rules for how long you can jump. Medicine, you can spend 1 AP to 10 to a creature's wounds. Oh. And then the creature gains temporary hit points. That could be an interesting way to do a support character as well. I'm curious, like people who've played this system, have you seen some medicine specialized characters? Pass through, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing some nice actions in here, like some stuff that can definitely be used as the basis of basically an entire character. Feint and medicine especially, they make my support brain go bzzz. There's just more powerful ways to assist that are more assured. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, this is a base action, so maybe you can have like some feats that make it even better, but I would expect like, yeah, if you're a healer type of cleric, you're probably gonna be able to make more of an impact. Medicine much more useful in DC20, okay. And because it's temporary hit points and there's no duration, like you could do this outside of combat for your whole team, basically. But that would probably get annoying pretty quick. If after or before every single combat you just roll a bunch of medicine checks. I'm curious if people actually do this at the table, because yeah, there is such a thing as a social contract where people realize pretty quickly, like, okay, I am making the game slower. Let's not do that. Check out the Commander and Bard features. I am going to. Oh, medicine helps you remove conditions on yourself. Yeah, especially bleeding. Like stabilize is for when you're dying, but bleeding, if it's common enough of a condition, I could see it being pretty useful. It uses charges of your medkits? Is that the case? Because it doesn't say it here, at least. Is this going to be a 5-hour stream? Yeah, just about. That's usually how I do things, basically. Basically, I just run this stream until my dog tells me, hey, it's time to go outside. What are you doing? Held actions. Okay, so we have these except in advanced actions. Held actions. You declare an action, you state a trigger, you take a reaction. Okay, that makes sense. I'm curious if these see more use than they do in 5e, because in 5e these are mostly situational, you know? Like, if there's a really good excuse to do it, maybe people will bother, but most of the time I don't really see players bothering to do it. Then you get reactions. Yeah, only healing actual HP. Use this first aid kit. I think items are going to be after this, maybe. Reactions prerequisites. Okay, and then you've got the base reactions that everyone gets. So opportunity attack, any martial class feature, okay. A creature you can see within your melee range uses its movement to leave your melee range. Stands up from prone, oh. Picks up an item off the ground. Ah. So that makes the disarm thing pretty risky. I mean, you've just disarmed someone, so maybe it's less risky than usual. Your dog is your editor, exactly. What takes the object action? So how does this go if you're trying to actually disarm someone, right? So you're in melee. This guy doesn't really need to exist right now. You're in melee. You do one action to disarm. That makes the sword, let's say this is a sword, fall at that guy's feet. Then you use a second action to pick it up. And that causes an attack of opportunity. That makes the disarm action a bit less attractive. Throwing a disarm weapon. So yeah, they're all provoking opportunity attacks. So I guess except the fact that this guy is now disarmed, you are taking risks. Like it's a multiple action commitment, and then you're provoking attacks of opportunity if you're really trying to disarm someone. Or I guess what you could do is you leave the weapon at their feet, but now if they pick it up, they provoke an attack of opportunity from you. That's kind of silly, right? You're inviting the person to just undo what you just did. But yeah, you could do it. If you take multiple opportunity attacks in a single turn, do they get the multiple attack penalty? Like, let's say you disarm someone and then you shove them prone. This doesn't work with a circle. But let's say you do both of these things. So on their turn, they have to, 1, stand up. That's one opportunity attack. 2, pick up their weapon. That's a second opportunity attack. Uses AP but out of turn. Does that mean they're not getting the multiple attack penalty? Spell duel. I've seen this mentioned, but I haven't read what that meant. When another creature you can see casts a spell, you declare a spell duel and spend 2 AP, that's pretty expensive, and 1 or more MP to challenge the creature with a spell of your own. Once a spell duel is declared, the opponent can't change their declared spell. Okay, what happens next? If they're happening on the same... They never suffer multiple attack penalty. Okay. So I guess the whole disarm them and knock them down, that could be a strategy. You are spending a bunch of action points to do this, though. Spell duel, what happens? Okay, so if you have multiple participants, they can help the spell take effect or participate in stopping the spell. That could be pretty cinematic. Sorted into initiators and challengers, okay. Every participant makes their spell check, and the highest initiator result is compared against the highest challenger result. Okay. Choosing a spell. I'm still not sure what happens. Like... It says you have to spend mana points, right? But is there an incentive to use more than one? Like, do you get a bonus if you spend more than one? If your chosen spell targets one or more creature or object, you must be able to target the opposing creature or any of its targets with your spell. Okay. Let's go back to the little improvised VTT. The bad guy just cast a really bad spell. You're in range of your ally and you intercept it like this. Okay, that makes sense to me. Area of effect. If your chosen spell covers an area, then your spell's area of effect must include the opposing creature. Okay. If you succeed, the target creature's spell fails and has no effect. If you fail, the target creature's spell succeeds and takes effect. On a tie, you have a World Magic Surge. Okay, that is really cool. That is a really cool bit of a flavor to add to something that is probably not going to happen very often, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious what the idea behind spending more than 1 MP is. Other than that, it's a pretty solid system from what I'm seeing. It's definitely a lot more interactive than counterspelling in D&D. More mana gives bonus. Where is it stated? Did I just miss it? Because right now the only thing I'm getting is like maybe the spell you're choosing that's supposed to be kind of more for flavor than anything. Maybe that costs you more than 1 MP? You then spend 2 AP and then choose to spend 3 MP for the spell duel. The enemy caster makes their spell check in the same way. Oh, is it because when you make a spell check you add the number of MP you spent, just by default? Not all spells cost the same amount of MP. Before success and failure. Okay, so it's not a default feature of spell checks, it's here, okay. Each creature gains a bonus to his check equal to the MP spent. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. One magic table. That is where you get to make magic feel like magic. That type of table. All living creatures are invisible to you. Does it affect both people? Yeah, you each roll on the Wild Magic search table. Okay, that is really cool. That definitely gives off the Harry Potter versus Voldemort spell duel kind of vibe. Plus the fact that you can probably cast more than one spell per turn, like that. That also helps against the bad feeling of you just got counterspelled and you just wasted your entire turn. Maneuvers. That's also a new concept. Is it that like every single martial class gets some of those? You have attack maneuvers, grapple maneuvers, defense maneuvers, and weapon maneuvers, okay? Check out the 20. What's the 20? You turn into a large creature with the stats of a young purple dragon, but without a fire breath weapon. Okay, so there is one that is positive, it looks like. Oh, some of them are positive, because the only ones I had read were negative. But it looks like the higher the number, the more positive it is. Your maximum AP increases by 1 and you gain 1 AP. Okay. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. Attack grapple. Okay, so multiple maneuvers. You can't perform the same maneuver more than once per attack check unless stated otherwise. If you force a creature to save against the effect of multiple maneuvers, didn't you just say you can only do one? Every marshal gets access to all maneuvers. Okay. Techniques are the ones which are limited to learning. Okay. I'm gonna ask just in case, but I assume you can't like do the help action on this. Just to make sure, like you can't actually alter the result of the wild magic surge in any way. That would kind of defeat the entire flavor of it. When you make a martial attack, you can spend additional AP to perform attack maneuvers as part of the action. You must choose to do so before you make the attack check. Okay, so that's an extra commitment. Okay. You basically have several types of attacks that you can make rather than just eye attack. You can make a power attack and all of that good stuff. That's also a risk versus reward type thing, where you can make a bunch of small attacks or 2 power attacks. Sweep attack. That has multiple targets, okay. Save maneuvers. Is there a thing where you learn them? No, I haven't seen it anywhere. Looks like you can just do it. Expose, the target becomes exposed. Yeah, so that's also something my my feint character is going to do a lot. Just gonna give everyone double advantage on their next attack. Hamstring. The target is slowed. Okay, so you can do a bunch of different conditions to alter the battlefield a bit. That's nice because that means dealing damage is not the only way you can have an impact as a marshal anymore. Grapple maneuvers. You reposition a creature grappled by you to shield yourself from the damage. Okay, that's nasty. This is the type of stuff that you would probably need some kind of a sheet, like on the side of your character sheet, just because there's a lot of stuff to remember that, oh yeah, I can do this. Like I remember when I played Starfinder, we had this very useful image from someone on Reddit. I think it might have been this one. No, that's the ship combat one. This one. And yeah, this was an absolute lifesaver. Just to remember, oh yeah, I can do all of this, by the way. There's 2 pages, by the way. You kind of need that. Just to remember, oh yeah, power attacks are a thing I can do. What's this? Slam. How does this one work? Like you need to be grappling someone. Okay, so if you're grappling someone, you can just pummel them, basically, like in Smash Brothers. And there's no attack roll anyway, they just take the 2 bludgeoning damage, it looks like. Roll, okay, that is... Okay, I think someone mentioned earlier in the chat that grappling is really good in this system. I'm kind of starting to understand why. Yeah, with the grapple maneuvers, you have a lot of options. Okay, there's still a contested check when you do this. Okay, makes sense. +5 to basically their AC. That's the superhero move where you sacrifice yourself for your ally. Always good to have. Raise shield. When a creature you can see within 1 space is targeted by an attack. These two kind of seem like they do double duty almost. Like there are 2 different ways to achieve a similar result where you're protecting an ally. Sidestep, you move 1 space to a space that's still within the attack's range and give the attacker disadvantage. Is there a special condition where you get to do this? Oh no, it's just that it costs 1 AP, so you probably don't want to do it all the time, okay. I'm curious how much play this gets. Because it seems like a pretty desperate move almost. Grappling, shoving, throwing, dropping, all very powerful in DC20. It's almost like its own minigame. Yeah, exactly. And like most people who make grapple-centric characters, they seem to want to play a minigame anyway. Like the reason they make that type of character is usually that they don't want to make regular attacks. So that kind of makes sense to me. Choose an enemy that can see you, hear you within 5 spaces. Make an attack check, influence check, or intimidation check, contested by the target's mental save. If you can make an attack check, that's going to use your prime modifier, so I'm not sure why you would want to use these other 2. Oh, because you might have some mastery, okay. Sidestep is uncommon, but in the right situation can be good. Okay, yeah. That's always my fear with introducing new actions, is this action going to see enough play to justify its own existence, basically? Like, if the action doesn't really see a whole lot of play, if it... Like, I'm still going to need to teach it to every single player, so there's a cost to its existence. So that's always something I'm afraid of. Weapon maneuvers. Okay, so that depends on your weapon type. We've played Baldur's Gate here, we like this. Taunt can be very powerful. Let me read it, because I kind of skimmed over it. The target is taunted, which means disadvantage on attack and spell checks against creatures other than you. Just on one attack or check, but then you can spend one extra AP to give them the taunted condition for an entire round. I've seen a lot of people complain basically about the what's the name of this spell in 5e? Compelled Duel, because it only gives, with air quotes, disadvantage, and only giving disadvantage is kind of a weak incentive for the monster. Like the most popular tank in 5e that I've seen, at least, seems to be the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, where you're just not giving a real good choice, right? You give your allies resistance to damage, basically. So the strength of the peeling feature, like that's something to consider. This could still be good, like especially if you can get your allies to stack some disadvantage on top of it. You could make a pretty big difference. But the reason I've seen this is that in 5e, at least, I don't know how the numbers work out in this game, but in 5e, let's say you're fighting a dragon who has plus 14 to hit, and you're trying to use Compelled Duel to protect your wizard who has an AC of 13. Even if you give disadvantage, right? Even with stacking disadvantage almost, like, that dragon is still gonna hit your ally. So that's kind of the worry I've seen people have with this. Yeah, the cost for taunt is much lower. But if this is still an issue, that might still be a problem. Yeah, Compelled Duel has, unfortunately, a lot more than just the one issue. I kind of forgot about the other three just because this one is already damning on its own almost. But yeah, if the numbers work out that maybe a typical dragon only has plus 8 to hit, then yeah, disadvantage actually does still matter here. Even like plus 6, like the lower the difference between the target number and the bonuses that enemies get, the more impactful giving enemies disadvantage can be. Okay, so let's look at the weapon maneuvers. Yeah, I mean, you can stack disadvantage, but like if it's plus 14, even with 4 times disadvantage, it's still pretty much only going to miss on a 1. Okay, so the numbers are lower in DC20, so yeah, in that case, disadvantage probably matters more. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Because you deal more damage if you roll higher, then it still matters, because that brutal hit with disadvantage, it can become just a regular hit. you're not going to prevent the hit altogether, but you are going to make it weaker with disadvantage. That's a really good point. I hadn't considered that. And in that case, yeah, I could see this seeing a whole lot of use. Yeah, that's really good in that case. The stacking of buffs and debuffs can get a little crazy in DC20. That's a criticism I often see of PF2E. Like there's a lot of different conditions to track. I've only seen online plays of this game, so using a VTT, which does make things a whole lot easier. I mean, if it's just advantages and disadvantages, you kind of just need to count the buffs and the debuffs, so it shouldn't get too bad. But yeah, this is one thing to consider for sure. Okay, weapon maneuvers. So axe can cause bleeding and some extra damage. What is style passive? Each weapon has a passive effect. Also, just by default, you get all of these features. If I go to the weapons list, do they repeat those just in case, like, so you don't forget? Where's the weapons list? Or is this the weapons list? Damage types, actions, reactions, jumping, falling, line of sight, equipment. Yes, I'm on page 50. I'm gonna need to get back to page 50 after this. Light weapons, heavy weapons. Yes, you have weapon properties. Yes, you have the special weapon properties here and then the table, it looks like. Okay, so you have a lot of properties to remember for weapons. You have the weapon properties, then some of them have special effects, then the weapon category has some effects. I think I would want the presentation to account for all of these hidden properties a bit better. That's my one piece of feedback here. Because if I'm just going through this table, I don't know that a baton also has the... Like, I'm gonna need to look up what staffs do back in page 50. And here I go, okay, weapon maneuvers, staff. Also, I get that. You get +1 damage on creatures who are hindered. Like, that's a lot to remember. Only PCs with martial mastery get to take advantage of the weapon mastery styles. I still think that there could be a way to present it in a way that's a bit more... That's a bit easier, like less jumping around, basically. Like you could have maybe... I'm just spitballing here. This is probably not the exact solution to go with. But maybe a column in here with, if you have martial mastery, then this. Oh, the whip is complicated. I do think it should be closer, but page layout is definitely outside of my wheelhouse. Yeah, same. To be honest, like this is something I hire people to do for me because otherwise I'm not gonna do it right. I usually list the weapon maneuvers with the weapons on the character sheet. Yeah, exactly. They're going to end up in the same place, so might as well put all of the information in the same place as well. Techniques. Alpha rule only. There's only one technique list and all marshals have access to. Okay. So later this is going to be a class specific thing. Whips are fun. Yeah, from what I've seen of it, the idea that you can tether creatures with it, that's a whole lot more, what's the word? Not cinematic, but like, it matches what you expect a whip to do a lot better than just, yeah, it deals 1d4 damage. And has a bit more range, maybe. Technique enhancements. You can spend additional SP. Is that the first technique? That's the list of techniques? When a creature you can see within one space is targeted by an attack, you can spend 1 AP and 1 SP as a reaction to become the new target of the check, and choose to switch places with the original target. That's kind of one technique which does the job of, I think, 2 different reactions that we've seen earlier. One d4 slashing damage with reach. Wow, time to create a character around this. Yeah, I wish it was this good, but yeah. Okay, so that's kind of the spells list, but for marshals, it feels like. Like these have about the same amount of crunch as a spell would, basically. Whips are far better in DC20s. Someone should tell Bob Worldbuilder, I think he's a fan of those as well. Heroic Bash. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to go through those very quickly, because that could get pretty long, like going through an entire spells list, or what is essentially a spells list. Slip away. Unless there's one that where the name makes me go, oh, I want to read this. This sounds like my stuff. Maneuvers equals cantrips and techniques equals spells. That's a good way to put it, yeah. I kind of like this, yeah. Check out the whirlwind technique. I shall. Thank you. Heroic parry. Or you do a parry, but for an ally. That's cool. I'm curious how this one runs. Because if you're doing a heroic parry, that's usually during the turn of an enemy who can attack, right? But then you allow the target to disengage and then move half its speed, which in this system, that doesn't mean you don't get an attack of opportunity. That means you only get disadvantage on opportunity attacks. So does that mean the attacker gets an attack of opportunity on their own turn? And if that's the case, does that mean they don't get multi-attack disadvantage on that reaction? I'm kind of curious how this one runs. Tumble and dive. Where's whirlwind? I was promised a whirlwind. There it is. Using a melee weapon, you can spend 2 AP and 1 SP to make a single attack check against the defense of all creatures of your choice within 1 space of you. If you hit, you deal your weapon damage to each creature. What determines that you hit in this case? Like, how do you... Is it you use the same roll against the physical defense score of every single creature, and then some of them you're gonna hit and some of them you're not gonna hit? Oh, and you can enhance it in different ways. That's an interesting one. I haven't seen something like this before. So is it a hit if you beat every single physical defense score? You can add some bleeding. You can increase the range. Oh, that one is nasty. Okay, so that's spin to win, but with some nice flavor on top of it. The wording of DC20 explicitly disallows using opportunity attacks on your turn. Oh! So in that case, the disengage is only protecting your ally from other enemies. The creature can't take a reaction on their own turn unless the reaction allows them to do so in response to another creature's reaction. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So the disengage part is only for other enemies who might have an opportunity attack. But the main appeal is this part, I guess, the part where you get to move an ally out of the range of the creature who just attacked them. Spellcasting. Spells known. So each class has a different amount of spells known, it looks like. Wizard spellbooks. Okay, so wizards can know more spells. That's a nice way to differentiate them. You have 3 spells list. Keeping it simple. Arcane, Divine, and Primal. Wizards, Warlocks, and Bards can use the Arcane one. For Divine, it doesn't say who gets to use it, but I'm gonna guess Cleric and Paladin. And Primal is for Druids. wouldn't the heroic parry reaction then trigger an attack of opportunity reaction? Apparently, if you can't take reactions on your own turn, then you're not gonna get that attack of opportunity. But if there's more than one enemy, like if I'm gonna need to use my green circles again. Let's say you're over here, and then you have an ally over here, and then there's a bunch of enemies. All around your ally, and you're like over here, and this guy is attacking your ally. You're using your heroic parry and then boosting it. The ally gets to move out. Those three get to have opportunity attacks, but they're all at disadvantage, is the way I'm reading it, basically. Who's gonna tell him about Paladin? Is the Paladin not a spellcaster in this? Paladin is dead. Oh no! There's no Paladin! Spell resources. Okay, so you need 2 AP for most spells. Some cantrips it's only 1. If you do a cantrip that does damage and then attack with the weapon, like, you're doing damage in 2 different ways. And let's say the cantrip is like a spell attack. I'm probably getting the wording wrong. Like, does the weapon attack have disadvantage because you used a different attack, but it was still an attack? Where's the penalty rule? It's a removed class. They intend to make it a subclass of another class. Oh, interesting. Well, good night to all Paladin lovers. We've seen I think there was a news article the other day on that kind of made its rounds on Twitter, where the designers of 5e said if they were to redesign 5e from the ground up, they would probably make the barbarian a subclass of the fighter. And that sparked a whole discussion on, okay, what is the standard for what should be a class versus a subclass? And to me, it's basically like, if you have enough ideas to make it a class, just make it a class, you know? A spell is a spell check, an attack is an attack check. Has to be the same type of check. Oh, okay, so it's by type of check. So if you cast 2 different cantrips, which both have a spell check, then you do have this advantage, but if you cast a cantrip and then an attack, you don't. But then you have to be good at spells and at attacks, so you'll probably have some less effective cantrips and less effective attacks, I'm guessing, basically. Player characters start with 0 MP, unless they have the Spellcaster class feature. If you're a martial class and you do multi-class, oh, that's a whole can of worms. When you spend mana points to cast a spell that deals damage, the target takes half damage on the miss. Always? Even if they don't mention it, that's interesting. Right now it's all classes still waiting subclasses. Okay. Because yeah, I heard in one of Dungeon Coach's video that you would get subclasses at 3rd level for every class, but apparently subclasses are not like they're not defined yet, which is understandable. Like you usually start with a horizontal slice of a game, try to get the basic systems working. Half damage on a miss, another controversial choice. Yeah, because the point of half damage on a miss is usually, to me at least, to compensate for the fact that you're casting just one spell, and if it doesn't work, then it kind of feels bad. As opposed to attacks, where you get to make multiple attacks. But in this system, it looks like either way, you could spend... You could cast multiple spells if your first one misses. It's probably not a good idea to, but because of the attack penalty, but or the multiple check penalty. But yeah, I understand why this might be a bit controversial. Half damage on the miss for spells makes sense. But in play, it's been unusual to run out of mana. So it seems less necessary. Does this system have guidelines on how many encounters you should have in a day, for example, or some kind of guideline of that sort of stuff, like how to design an adventuring day? He was adamant to have the classes locked down before doing any subclasses. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes complete sense to me. It's probably a good way to approach the project, where you try to get the basics right, and then you can add a bunch of content. Spell enhancements, so that's kind of the same thing that we saw for the techniques. Mana spend limits. You can only spend mana points equal to your combat mastery at one point. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And you can use anything that costs MP for a spell duel. That is very sick in terms of flavor. I don't think they have encounter guidelines yet for a day. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I asked the question because one of the things that was mentioned in the chat was that you didn't see people run out of MP yet. But since MP is a long rest resource, that kind of immediately made me go, is it because you have too many hit points and too many mana points, and that's just a balance thing that needs to be figured out later? Or is it because maybe you're running one encounter a day or something? That feels like something we kind of inherited from 5e in terms of things that are pretty difficult to design around. and kind of make everyone's life a bit harder than it needs to be. Casting a spell. You must make a spell check to determine the spell's degree of success or failure. That's pretty cool. You can spell duel with Mystic Dragonborn breath attacks. I need the book to have art of this, okay? Just putting it out here. I need a spell duel where someone is just shouting really loud. Or just blowing really hard. Natural ones make the spell fizzle, it doesn't go off, targeting multiple creatures. Okay, so any creature in the area is considered a target. That's familiar. Any feature you use to add extra damage only affects one of the targets, not all of them. That's a nice way to avoid a lot of problems that 5e has encountered across the years. Remember too that out of combat magic is much cheaper than in combat. Oh, is that a thing? Where does it say it? Verbal. Are you interested in the MCDM RPG? How do you think it compares to this game? I've been also pretty impressed by what MCDM has been coming up with. I've talked about this a bit on my Discord server, where basically the impression I got of MCDM was they felt very shackled when they were designing for 5e. Like it felt like they were really having a bad time designing for someone else's game. And the moment they started designing their own stuff, it felt like they were free at last, basically. It felt like, yeah, they finally got to make the type of product they wanted. So it's been really cool to see. I've managed to get my hands on one of the playtest materials for it as well. I haven't gotten a chance to actually play it, because I was invited to a playtest, but then I got sick the day off. If you're not familiar with my channel, I happen to get sick quite a lot. Health is not really a given for me, so sometimes that happens. I was actually sick this morning, but I didn't want to be a 0 out of 2 for playing other people's systems. Where is the thing that says you spend less mana points out of combat? I saw it mentioned in the chat, but I don't see it in the actual document. Instantaneous, continuous, concentration. How does concentration work? You make a mental save to maintain concentration, and you can only concentrate on one effect at a time. Okay. Whenever you take damage or are put in a distracting or dangerous situation at the GM discretion, the DC is equal to 10 or double the damage taken, whichever is higher. Okay, yeah, makes sense. The formula is not the same just because the damage values are a lot lower in this game. But it does make sense. Okay, you have arcs, so half a sphere. Aura that's centered on you or an object. Cone, cube, cylinder. Okay. Schools of Magic. Okay, we have some new members here of the magic family. Astromancy is the magic of space and gravity. Okay, there's probably some really cool ones here. Chronomancy is the magic of time. Conjuration, destruction, divination. Those ones are pretty familiar. Enchantment, illusion, necromancy, protection instead of abjuration. Restoration and transmutation. Okay, so we have some new members of the family here. Always nice to see. Spell tags. Okay, tags. More to come in beta. Okay. Again, that's a very nice quality of life feature. I think that's probably the thing that I've seen the most praise for in Pathfinder. Just the idea that you can say, okay, yeah, this is a fire spell. You have resistance against fire spells. It's so easy. It makes things so easy to understand. When you spend MP outside of combat, the cost is reduced by one minimum of 1. Okay, page 40. I missed that one. Because again, I'm just kind of skimming through this. Even though like it's been almost 4 hours and I'm only 60 pages in. I am kind of skimming through this. Combo spellcasting. If you and one or more creature know the same spell, you can join your resources together to cast the spell as a team. Oh. You know the spell, you have enough AP to cast the spell, you are within 5 spaces of the other participant. Each participant must share the same position in the initiative order. Oops. If I do precedent, it's not gonna work out for me. Okay, but you can delay your turn to do this on purpose. Okay. One person is the primary caster. The others are contributing mana points. Oh, and because each person can spend mana points up to their own mana spend limit, that kind of lets you spend like in 5e parlance, like that would be an 8th level spell, even though each of you can only spend 4 MP. That is some nice teamwork mechanics. I like to see that. Because usually especially in 5e, you usually see people avoid trying to pick the same spells. You try to have people fall in different niches. But here you have a mechanic that really encourages it instead. I'm curious, like, yeah, we're already getting a message in the chat that says people probably use this a lot at the table. I am really curious to see how much play this sees. But yeah, this is something I would absolutely spend so much time on Discord just scheming with the other players. The type of combo moves we could pull together. Each participant makes their spell check, and the highest spell check is used to determine the outcome. That is really cool as well. So not only are you casting more powerful spells, you're also casting spells that are going to be more reliable, Okay, yeah, yeah. I see the appeal of this. I had no idea this was a thing. I have not heard about it in any of Dungeon Coach's videos, but this is really cool. Teamwork is well rewarded in DC20. I can see that, yeah. Like, it's not just a bunch of actions that give your players bonuses and debuffs, basically, and gives your enemies debuffs. It's also stuff like this that really, really sells the whole teamwork aesthetic. Okay, this is really cool. I didn't know about this. This is a nice surprise. I just wish we had the spell rework so we could use it to its full potential. What's the spell rework? This is probably something I'm not aware of that's been announced on the Discord or something. Yeah, 1 round of combat is 12 seconds, 5 rounds of combat is 1 minute. Encounter DC. Oh, we have some encounter balancing guidelines. Oh, that's not what this is. Okay. This serves as a default target number, basically. Right now, spells are a bit limited due to the alpha. After subclasses, there's supposed to be an overhaul to spells for a lot more variety. Okay, gotcha. The GM sets the encounter DC to 15. This means that when the barbarian tries to lift the boulder off the ground, the ranger tries to remember information about a monster, or the rogue tries to climb some vines, the DC is 15. Okay. So it just stays the same for the whole encounter unless it's hard. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what I end up doing just in D&D regularly, just to keep things simple. Because again, I'm team DC 15. Every single DC is 15 unless specified otherwise. Don't tell my players. Keep in mind, PCs can help each other find things and grab themselves advantage, so it's possible to hit the DCs that might be more difficult to hit with a straight DC. Yeah, makes sense. Initiative. How does initiative work? I've seen so many different takes on initiative this year. Overview. The PC team tries to beat the initiative DC to go before the enemy team. Either way, each team goes back and forth in the initiative order until each creature has had a turn. Okay, so that's another way to do initiative that I haven't seen before. I remember from watching the play video with a bunch of YouTubers that the initiative worked a bit differently. I just didn't get all of the nuance, basically. Okay, so you get to move as you roll initiative. Is that what I'm reading? No, you can't. Okay. Initiative checks. The actions taken by each PC right before the start of combat determines what type of check they make for their initiative check. This could be an attack check, spell check, skill check, or even trade check. Oh. Okay, I kind of get how this works. I've seen a lot of systems try to basically almost get rid of initiative altogether, where it's basically a system you have because you need one, rather than because you want to do something with it. This almost goes the other way, where and the reason they do that usually is that if a scene goes into combat, like it's a really high intensity scene, and rolling for initiative, it can kind of break the pace of that scene. But here it kind of goes the other way, where it tries to still have this pause where you get to go, okay, this is what I'm doing the last few moments before combat starts, but make that pause, like have some decisions in here, so it's part of the scene rather than a break. That's kind of how I'm reading this right now. This initiative is flavorful, but as slow, if not slower, than a lot of other methods. Yeah, it's kind of embracing the fact that rolling initiative is kind of slow, and trying to make up for it by just integrating it a whole lot better. I'm curious to see how it plays. I've seen it just in one video so far. So the players were kind of discovering it at the same time, almost. I'm kind of curious how it runs in the long term, like with people who are more used to this system. The GM doesn't have to roll initiative. Yeah, it just uses the encounter DC, from what I understand. Yeah. You can help on initiative as well. Okay, yeah, that makes sense if it's any type of roll. And then how does it work? Like it says the PC with the highest initiative goes first. So does that mean the PC with who rolled the highest on whatever roll they made? My latest homebrew is having the party have a default turn order, and with each encounter, the next character in the turn order rolls for initiative for the group. Oh. Yeah, so each player gets to be like in the spotlight for a different encounter. Initiative DC is typically 5 higher than the encounter DC for reference. Okay, yeah. If the GM doesn't roll, what is the order for the bad guys, basically? Do the monsters just have a flat number for initiative? critical success and failure. Initiative check sidebar. Okay, yeah, that I know exactly the type of player this was written for. I have those at my table. Initiative order. This is established by taking the highest initiative check from the PCs and comparing it to the initiative DC. If it's equal or higher than the initiative DC, then the PC team wins the initiative and they go first. Otherwise, the enemy team goes first. Okay, so the enemies go in whatever order the GM chooses, looks like. If you have like 2 more player characters than enemies, what happens? Do you just go through them, right? The enemies don't take extra turns. Simultaneous initiative. If 2 PCs have the same initiative check result, they'll have a simultaneous initiative and both fill the same position. This also causes the same thing to happen to 2 members of the enemy team. Allies with simultaneous initiative may choose who goes first or alternate spending action points. Oh, that is really cool. That can lead to some nice teamwork shenanigans, for sure. Okay, it goes player, player, enemy, player, player, enemy. Okay, so if you have more players than enemies, you go like this. Okay, makes sense. You can delay your initiative. We saw that was very important for combo spellcasting. Enemy groupings. The GM may find it simpler to group similar enemies together. That's what I've pretty much always done because, yeah, otherwise it just makes things so much slower. Unequal number of enemies. If there's an unequal number of enemies and PCs, the GM may choose to space the teams out evenly rather than alternating them. Okay, yeah. It's kind of left up to the GM, but not in a way where it actually makes a huge difference mathematically, which was one of the criticisms I've seen of Daggerheart, especially, where the GM could make the kind of decisions that could result in just less danger for the players. This is just trusting the GM basically to make the combat run smoothly. It's more about running smoothly from what I'm reading. Surprise. How does surprise work? The exact moment a combat encounter begins is not always clear-cut. A GM may rule that an action performed by a PC triggers a combat encounter, in which case the PC may be able to perform that action prior to initiative. Ah, okay. So the surprise round with very big air quotes is basically just out of combat actions, it looks like. In order to ambush, you need to be able to see the other team without them being able to see you. If this happens, and the GM asks to roll for initiative, each creature that was unaware has the surprise condition. Okay. And the surprise condition is you can't spend action points and are exposed as well. Oh. You really don't want to get ambushed in this game. Environment, okay, space and distance. Jump distance, we mentioned that earlier. That's your agility, if I remember. Difficult terrain, I think it worked... Yeah, it worked mostly the same way, just with some nice keywords. So you can maybe be immune to difficult terrain. Or to the slowed condition. Jumping. Vertical reach. Falling. Does it have... Okay, it immediately falls up to 100 spaces or until it hits the ground. So, Dungeon Coach, if you want a very cinematic rule for this, feel free to yoink it. I have a short with like 4 million views about this. Reduced impact, you can do an acrobatics check. Also, the surprise condition might change in the future. That's interesting. Yoink me, says the modern. That's how game design works. We're just yoinking from each other. Controlled falling. If you're falling intentionally or are in control of your body and movement, it's considered a controlled fall. There's no additional penalties to falling in this way. Okay. If you're uncontrolled, the DC of reduced impact increases by 5. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I understand. I hadn't considered that there might be a need for this, but I kind of see it, like, in retrospect. If you're still falling at the end of your turn, you immediately fall another 100 spaces. Okay. Falling while flying. If you're knocked prone and you fall, okay. Climbing is just kind of slow. And you might need a check. Okay. Swimming kind of slow, and if it's not still waters, you might need a check. Makes sense. Yeah, true damage. So you can't just be a barbarian and jump from orbit. Do an orbital drop. Holding your breath. Oh, I have a home rule for that. I should probably make a YouTube short about. Breath duration equal to its might. Okay. And suffocating. Okay, yeah. It makes sense. Just for the sake of sharing it, I have a home rule in basically any D&D game I run, where you can cast spells with verbal components while you're holding your breath, but it spends a number of minutes equal to the level of the spell, with a minimum of 1 for cantrips. And that has resulted in some pretty nice situations. Like in a dragon's lair where there was so much smoke that you had to hold your breath or you would suffocate. And suddenly the dragon shows up and you're like, oh, I need to teleport. Vision. That is a thing that I think they're doing a bit better in 1D&D. But yeah, 5e is pretty rough when it comes to vision, with all the stuff where, okay, if I'm in a fog, then I'm invisible, but or I'm unseen, but also I can't see them, so every roll is a straight roll. That's kind of rough. Line of sight being able to see something in the field of view. Yeah, you can draw a straight line. Okay, that makes sense. Cover. -2 for half cover, -5 for 3/4 cover. And you can't attack someone behind full cover. So far, I'm familiar with this. Oh, but this does have a bit of an extra meaning because of how differently attacks work. Concealment. Disadvantage on awareness checks made to seal someone who's partially concealed. Okay, yeah. So it's you have line of sight, but you still can't see them, basically. Okay, that makes sense. That might result in the same situation as 5e, depending on how blinded works. I'm curious to see how it works in this system. Okay, so bright light, dim light. Works about how you would expect. And there's no weird gotcha moment where, oh, by the way, you still have disadvantage on perception even if you have dark vision. You have tremor sense, you have blind sight, true sight. You have a lot more sizes. Moving and grappling, moving through creatures. Okay, so that depends on the size as well. Collision. I saw a video about the collision rules. And yeah, this has the potential for a lot of nice team play, and I can see the appeal for this. Falling attacks. Is a sheep really smaller than a human? Vertically, sure. But yeah, those are chunky boys for sure. Ah, so if you do a falling attack, both you and the creature take the falling damage, it looks like. No, you share the damage from the fall, so it's half for you, half for the target. Now that makes sense. It's risky, but then you can also, because this is a fall and like it's a falling attack, so it's a controlled fall, you can also do probably an acrobatics check to reduce the fall damage that you take. Does this reduce the damage before or after the falling attack is the question. I probably don't need to graph it. But yeah, that's kind of the question I would have here is, in this scenario, if you decide to do a roll to reduce the damage you take by your agility, does that reduce only your half of the damage or also the enemy's half of the damage? Throwing creatures, throwing objects, throwing melee weapons. Improvised weapons only deal 1 damage. And it doesn't have any of the style properties. Ah. I'm an improvised weapon lover. If the game lets me make a character who isn't half bad with them, I will absolutely make a character with it. Unarmed strikes deal 1 damage. Okay. Non-lethal attack, you can only do those for melee attacks. Okay. And you're basically just auto-stabilizing them, it looks like. That's an interesting thing where you can knock them unconscious, so they don't have the 1 AP you have for being at death's door. Like, you could be a pretty evil DM and or GM and do this on purpose. Like, if you have multiple attacks, let's say your first attack, you make it non-lethal, the target goes unconscious, and then you do a second attack, and you make their death threshold. You go closer to that death threshold, basically. That could be nasty. You gain a +2, which also means you are more likely to deal more damage if you flank. I'm curious about the choice to do a +2, because that's probably the most popular house rule in 5e, the idea of making it a +2 instead of advantage. But the reason it is that in 5e you don't have stacking advantage, right? Whereas in this system you do. So you could probably get away with flanking being advantage. And because it's an action point system as well, it's not like movement is free in the way that it is in 5e. So I would totally be like completely okay with it being advantage here. +6 when you are all surrounding one guy. Oh, does it stack? If your target is flanked, a creature is flanked when it has 2 or more enemies within one space. So it doesn't look like it stacks. Like if you have 6 enemies, you're just flanked. So it's just +2. I think if you reduce the damage with a successful acrobatics check, that would be done first and then have the damage. Yeah, I would assume that's kind of how it works as well. But it's definitely an interesting design decision here. I guess it's +2 instead of advantage because it's a guaranteed bonus rather than a possible one. I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons it's a popular home rule in 5e, right? It's because every creature gets movement for free, but here, movement does cost you 1 action point. So it's not exactly free. So I think I would be completely happy with it being advantage here. It feels almost like a legacy feature, except a legacy of 5e instead of a legacy of older editions. It still works, like obviously a lot of tables do this and it works perfectly fine. Unheard, you remain silent. Hidden, oh, okay, this one is interesting. If you are both unseen and unheard by it. Okay, so the idea that we were talking about earlier, where you're hiding behind a wall. Oops. The moment you step out of this wall, you're no longer hidden, is what I'm reading here. Is that correct? So you can't just do something like, I'm gonna walk up to him while hidden and then do a backstab. Like that doesn't seem to work, from what I'm reading. You remain hidden until you make noise louder than whisper, attack, cast a spell. Okay, so the hiding action overrides the end condition of the hidden condition. That makes sense. I'm not sure it's clear, but it does make sense. Then we have weapons. Okay, some weapons have an attribute requirement. You have some interesting properties as well, where impact weapon deal +1 damage on a heavy hit. So that's definitely the type of weapon you're gonna be fishing for very, very high rolls. That's interesting. And then we've got all of these special weapons. The actual weapon table. I'm kind of skimming over this one. Mostly because we've already talked about it. Reskinning weapons. With approval from the GM, you can reflavor weapons to look like anything you want. Makes sense. Okay, if you don't have weapon mastery, then you don't add your martial stuff. That makes sense. Armor. There are 3 types of armor quality: novice, adept, and expert. Okay. English is your second language, right? I'm French, so it's not technically any of my languages. It just happens to be spoken pretty prevalently on the internet. So I kind of picked it up. I basically had a choice where, as a kid, I could either wait 2 weeks to get the next episode of Bleach, or I could just watch the English version. And apparently, me being a huge nerd and me being impatient, ended up in me learning a second language. But yeah, I mostly use English manuals for most of my stuff, just because it's easier. Like I don't even think we have French versions of most books on D&D Beyond, for example, so it's just easier. But yeah, when I do run playtests, I try to actually translate my stuff for my players. For example, this is from last week's playtest, which got cancelled because, of course, it did. These past 3 months have been absolutely cursed. But yeah, when I run my own stuff, I try to actually translate it, at least for the benefit of my players. Armor, they've been fiddling with it a lot. My internet English. That's exactly it. My accent is a weird mix of like Doctor Who and then every single YouTuber on the planet. I don't know what it is. It's not a French accent, that's for sure. Light armor. All creatures have light armor mastery. That's interesting. Ah, so light armor increases your physical defense by 1, and doesn't increase further for heavy armor, but it does increase your physical damage reduction. There's a DC20 West Marshes. Never been part of a West Marsh. I'm interested in this, just to see how it runs, basically. Yeah, exactly. I prefer reading English PDF over French too. Yeah, just if you're gonna use basically any third-party supplement ever, like most people end up doing in 5e, like you're not gonna find anything in French on DM's Guild or like itch.io. Like pretty much everything is in English, for better or worse. But having French players is a blessing in disguise, because since they don't speak English very well, I can guarantee you, except for one of my players who is a software engineer, so he uses pretty much more English than French, none of them have ever worded the term hexblade. And that is an absolute blessing. I heavily recommend it. Back to armors. Okay, so it looks like the armor section is very heavy on, not customization is not the word I'm looking for, but on like you can improve your armor a lot in a lot of different ways. Through the armor quality here, then you've got some armor modifications which can also increase the physical defense. Max agility bonus. Oh, you add your agility to your armor, that's right. Oh, if you're trying to wear an armor that you don't have mastery for, you only have 2 action points. That's interesting. It's a less harsh penalty than the 5e penalty, which is you can't cast spells, you have disadvantage on everything, but it's still pretty substantial penalty. Armor modifications have negatives. Right. Yeah, so if you want to play a tank, you can do it. It's just going to be a bit different. If every single party member uses this, you're gonna have a bad time. If it's just one person, it should be fine. Then you've got 2 types of shields. What do? It looks like they increase your physical defense further. What is mounted? Oh, it applies to your mount. That's cool. Two AP is pretty harsh in DC20, yeah. Okay, so shields are basically improvised weapons. That's always cool. Healing potions. They heal a flat amount of hit points rather than a random amount of hit points. First aid kits. I saw these mentioned earlier in the chat. So how does it work? To my understanding, what we mentioned was you can use medicine checks to add temporary hit points, and then you can use first aid kits to add actual hit points, or to regain actual hit points. You can only do it on a bloodied creature. That's the entire point of introducing that that little keyword here. And then depending on the scale of your success, you can regain more hit points. That's cool. I don't see a price for the first aid kit unless I'm missing it somewhere. Oh, okay, one charge is 5 gold. Yeah, okay, makes sense. And is this just an action? Yeah, it's an object action. Okay. So you can do this in the middle of combat. It's gonna work just fine. Conditions. The one I was very interested in was blinded. Because of the vision stuff. Okay, so yeah. You do have the same thing as in 5e, where if you're both inside of a fog. I don't have gray on this. Both of you have both advantage and disadvantage on attacks and on being attacked. But here, because it's stackable, at least you can still do some stuff with this. Like, you could still spend an extra AP to gain advantage, and it's not going to be ignored since you can stack them. But yeah, you still have the 5e fog of cloud, cloud of fog weirdness going on. Charmed has advantage on charisma checks, and you can't target your charmer with harmful attacks. Okay, cool. Dazed, deafened. I'm seeing something which makes me really happy. Or at least I'm... oh, almost. We almost didn't get a stun condition. And again, like that's something that a lot of tables are perfectly happy with. It just happens to not be my personal preference. Rattled. It's kind of the frightened condition, okay? There's a lot of conditions here. Like 3 pages worth of conditions. You can do a lot with those. I'm excited to see where the monster book ends up going. Because with this many conditions, like every condition you could design pretty much like 20 monsters that would focus on giving players this condition and then forcing them to find a way around it. Oh, stun in PF2E just takes AP. I didn't know about that. I've skimmed the system, but I haven't actually run it. Funny you should say that, because it's the same thing for me. If I go to combat, conditions, stunned, your max AP is halved. Easy. Condition stacking, if they have an X, yeah, you can stack them. People don't like having no ability to spend AP. Yeah. But it can be rough when it's used on player characters, especially, or when it's used on a solo boss monster. Like, it's one of those things where it sounds cool to give players an ability to make such an impact on the game, but then you kind of have to play around it, right? It's a poison gift, because then you have to invent legendary resistances to account for the fact that players can do this. And same thing for players, right? It sounds appealing to have monsters who are scary enough that they can stun an entire player character. But then you have to have players, you have to give players silvery barbs so that they don't actually get stunned, because getting stunned feels terrible. Like, it's kind of a poisoned game mechanic, to me at least. Looks like my dog is starting to look at me like I'm playing too many video games. So I'm probably gonna stay another 15 minutes or so. We're probably not going to get to the actual character building part. Is there, for the people who've played this system, is there a part of this system that I really should read before this stream ends? Something that's really like innovative and interesting to go through. Resting. You have a number of rest points. Okay, that works very differently than 5e. Types of rest. You can only have 2 of these. You can spend 1 or more rest points up to your maximum. When you do, you regain 2 hit points per rest point spent. The Ancestry system is really cool. I'm gonna read the rest mechanics and then go to that. Short rests. Because in one day you can have 2 quick rests, 2 short rests, and then 1 long rest, it looks like. That's a bit more granularity, basically. Resting is May, go to Ancestry, okay. I'm just gonna skim all the way to, apparently it's page 103, see if there's anything that catches my interest on the way. Variable attribute skill checks. Okay, so that's what we talked about at the start. Where you can use something else, but you have a default attribute for each skill check. 10-step character creation outline. So you start with your attributes. 3, 1, 0, -2. We're gonna speedrun that one. Okay. 3, 1, 0, -2, was that the... Yeah. 1, 0, -2. Save masteries. You get to choose 2 attributes to have a save mastery. We're gonna make it charisma, agility. Speedrun the whipper. Background. Skills, trades. Skills. Starting skill points equal 5 plus intelligence. Which is just 5. We're gonna make it influence, insight, trickery, stealth. And one more, awareness. I think you can spend it on awareness as well. Your background gives you 3 trade points. Where's my trades? Okay, you need to decide them. YouTube videos. Software. Quoting. Smarter. Game designers. Done. Myself. Languages. You have common and 2 language points that you can spend on mortal or exotic languages. So, common, French, modern. Background starting equipment is coming soon, okay. Health points, 6 plus character level plus might. Oh no. I forgot about that. So my max is 7 minus 2, 5. Stamina. Marshals have 1 stamina point, spellcasters have 6 mana points. I don't know which one I'm playing yet. I think I skipped the class part, maybe? Defense. 8 plus combat mastery, which is 1, plus agility, which is 1, plus armor bonus, which I think was 1 for light armor. So 11. And then for the mystical defense, it's mental defense. 8 plus combat mastery, which is 1, charisma, which is 3, intelligence, which was 0. So 12. I thought French was common. You would think so, but have you tried to learn it? It does get pretty exotic, you could say. Monks have a unique formula for their MD. Okay, yeah. Damage reduction. I don't have that. I don't have that. Combat modifier. Okay, so that I already have, no, -3. I have a lot of grit on this character. Where does grit fall? Stamina, mana. Where is grit? Oh, here. So there should be 5. And then this is just 1. Ancestry, that's the thing we were scrolling to. Then class, then weapons and inventory. Okay. Oh, every class seems to have the same progression, it looks like. Well, that's the general like scaffolding basically. Leveling up, skills, trade, health. Talents. Okay, that's the perks. Do you get one at level 1? No, you just get your class feature. Multi-class. We're not gonna we're not gonna look into that. That's looking into the abyss. We should be getting close to the ancestry stuff. Okay, ancestry system. Most traits. Okay, so it's a build your own ancestry type of thing. Do you still have like some prefabs? You have minor traits. You can just pick one. It doesn't cost anything, but you can only pick the one. You have some negative ancestry traits. That's interesting. There are some default ancestries. Perfect for new players, as it says. Expanded ancestry traits. Okay, let's look into that. You get to customize the appearance. Choose your ancestry. Pick 1 or 2 ancestries to show your character where your character comes from, what they look like. You should start with 1. Okay. Spend your ancestry points. Okay, so instead of like what 5e calls sub-races, which is a very nice term, you can basically build your own subway ancestry and get different flavors of dwarf and different flavors of giant just through the choice of your traits, basically. That is pretty cool. Let's see some of the actual ancestries. Default traits. What does default trait means again? Okay. A total of 5 ancestry points. How many ancestry points do you start with? You have 5 at the start. Okay, so you can just pick the default, or you can swap out some of them for some of the other ones. Got it. So this is the sensible default, and then this is the list that if you're friends with Chris from Treant Monk, you're gonna read through that one. Undying, you have advantage on saves against the doomed condition. This one is pretty situational. It depends on how many monsters are gonna give you that condition. Yeah, it's a nice build your own ancestry system. It's just some pretty nice building blocks that you can get pretty expressive with. That's why it's a 0 cost trait. Makes sense, yeah. Trade expertise, human determination. Okay, makes sense. That's the nice humans are the default type of thing. Then you've got elves. Harder to charm and put to sleep. Oh, that one is very nice. Discerning sight. Okay, so every single one of them seems like they get the 0 cost one. That is pretty situational, but might add a bit of flavor. Of course, dwarves get Iron Stomach. Yeah, this is nice. Like, you don't need to get into the detail of like wood elves and high elves, etc. You can just go elves. I'm just gonna get rid of Agile Explorer and then instead add, which one would be nice for high elf here? Peerless Sight. Yeah, perfect. And boom, I have a high elf. I can even take trade expertise, since these ones cost just 1 and that one costs 2. A lot of players go mixed ancestry. Yeah, you can pick and choose from different ones as well. When you say custom, does that mean that there's a list at the end where you just have... Oh, Beastborn. This one has so many different ones. Oh, you have flying. It costs a lot, but you can get flying. Yeah, you can't stack all of the 0 cost. Okay, that's how custom works. Okay. The other day I was doing a playtest for Vagabond by Indestructible, and he was also he happened to be struggling that week with his version of the Beastborn, where there were so many options, because of course you would want a lot of options to handle a variety of different animals, right? And it kind of became like an optimizer's dream, is how it was described. So this is always a risk where when you have these build your own ancestry type of systems, is the more options you add, the harder it is going to be to make sure everything is relevant and balanced. So that's a risk, but from what little I've seen of it so far, it does look pretty consistent thanks to the point system. That's a very interesting system, yeah, for sure. Okay, let's go through the list of classes just so we can at least fill this thing here. I'm just gonna copy paste not Fiendborn, not Angelborn. Oh yeah, I'm definitely a gnome. Where's my character sheet? Inventory features. Yeah, let's put it here. Gnome. Okay, we have the classes here. We have Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Commander. Commander is calling to me. Paladin. We still have a Paladin. No! I believed for a second. Okay, it's removed, but it's still part of the PDF in case you were still using it, I guess. And you have a science. What's Dungeon Coach's take on science? Because the thing about science is, and this is absolutely Wizards of the Coast's fault, by the way. Like, this is not the fault of anyone except maybe the biggest kid on the block. It seems every single player and GM has a different idea of what science means. So you get like dozens of different takes on what that means. There's no, there doesn't seem to be like one source of truth for this in the way that we have for like wizards and warlocks, sorcerers, etc. Looks like the Scion is a spellcaster. I'm just gonna go with Commander to keep things simple, because that means I'm probably not going to have to pick up a bunch of spells. Their spells are brainy. Well, I'm not, because this is a Saturday. So I'm gonna go with Commander. Ooh, you regain 1 SP every time you grant a creature a help die. I'm already liking this. This is creating just the right incentives. Whenever you spend SP while in combat, you can restore an amount of hit points equal to the SP spent. And divide the HP amongst your allies. Okay, I'm just gonna copy paste this. I'm a tiny little gnome commander. Commander's Call. You can spend 1 AP and 1 SP to command a creature that you can see within 5 spaces to immediately take one of the following actions of your choice as a reaction for free. And you can only use each command once per turn. Okay, so that's kind of a way to bypass multi-check penalty, although it does cost a reaction. No, it doesn't cost a reaction. So yeah, you kind of get to avoid a reaction. Dodge, it takes the full dodge action. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely... If I play this system, this is absolutely the class I'm going for. You have advantage on checks made to recall information about commonly known military organizations. I'm playing a tiny gnome military nerd. Okay, and for now we only have up to level 2, which makes sense. Yeah, I'm a tiny gnome nerd. That works for me. A gnomender. I like the idea of tagging a feature as a flavor feature. I haven't seen that done yet. I'm also noticing there's a lot of features you get, like that's 4 at level 1 and then another 3 at level 2. That's a lot of crunch for just the first 2 levels. I think I heard in one of Dungeon Coach's videos that basically he wanted to front load a lot of what makes a class fun so that you get to have it immediately. Is it the same for other classes? Druid, they get 1, 2, and then the flavor stuff. They get less features, but the ones they get are much more complex, it looks like. Napoleon Newmander. That's interesting. How do... My dog is getting angry at me, but I gotta check out, because if you front load a lot of the features, that does make multi-classing pretty risky. So how does he do it? That's the patch note, it looks like. Okay, so you... It looks like you miss out on a lot of number buff from a quick skim of it. Multiclassing is, guess what? Multiclassing is awesome. Oh, you only take one feature rather than the whole class. Okay, so that's how he handles it. Okay, so that kind of counteracts the idea that classes are very front-loaded, since you only get a portion of it. That makes sense. Most things in this game that I approve of are similar to PF3. It costs a talent to multi-class as well. Oh, okay. So yeah, as expected from someone who's pretty good at math, he definitely got some countermeasures to make sure that multi-classing is possible, but not necessarily the best thing you can do every single time. So that's pretty nice. But yeah, before my dog decides that the floor is a nice toilet, I'm probably going to have to end this. But yeah, from what I've seen of it, yeah, this thing, it's definitely a labor of love. Like, you can see it. It's in the DNA. As I said at the start of this stream, like, until today, I had only seen the videos about it. I hadn't taken a dive into the rules. But yeah, there's some really nice stuff. The one thing that really stood out to me, because it was a complete surprise, was the spellcasting combo. I want to see this in play desperately. Yeah. Most of the stuff I see, like, chat has compared this system to Pathfinder a lot, and yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities, but as someone who personally, I've read Pathfinder and it didn't really appeal to me because it almost, like, it was almost too much. This, I haven't felt too overwhelmed. There's a lot of actions. Like I've mentioned, I would probably need some kind of a cheat sheet in order to play this. But it's not like I don't feel like I would be afraid to lose track of what's happening. It's got a whole lot of heart and passion. That's for sure. Like, I want to meet Dungeon Coach in real life one day, just because this guy seems like a whole lot of fun to hang out with. His passion really shines through the screen. But yeah, I'm not gonna go like give this a score or anything for a couple reasons. One is I've only read like half of this entire thing so far. The other is the other half of this thing hasn't been written yet. So, but yeah, like, if you ask me as someone who does game design for a living, this thing has a lot of really cool ideas that are executed pretty well as well. So yeah, we'll see if I can turn this into a video. But I'm definitely interested in this system. I would like to run a couple sessions of it, see how it goes. It's right on that edge between good crunch and too much crunch. Yeah, that's definitely like something that is on a person-to-person basis, the line is going to shift a bit. But for me, it's definitely on the good side of the line, if that makes sense. The line where I would be comfortable like doing homebrew without knowing every single feat in the game, because he's in Texas, hitting some of the big cons. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm hoping the Kickstarter campaign does well. I don't know how the structure for the stretch goals and everything is going to be like. But like, if this is what he's been able to do just on his own with basically zero budget, I could see this with a budget being like having a lot of cool art, because this was already pretty readable, but there was basically no art, right? Yeah, it basically, it feels like it took the game feel people have in 5e after homebrewing it to death, and then took a bunch of ideas from Pathfinder, mixed the pot a whole lot, added a bunch of cool new teamwork-oriented mechanics on top of all of this, and that's kind of what we get out of the other end of this process, basically. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. I'm going to take care of my dog now. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I think next week I'm going to do another battle map stream, so just gonna kind of hanging out and making some battle maps. I can show you a preview of what I've been working on already. Where is it? This thing. It's loading, give me a second. I've already worked on a second battle map. Last week I did a data center for my system. This is a crashed plane in the mountains. There's the mountains over here. So yeah, I'm just gonna continue making a bunch of battle maps just to make playtesting this thing easier. So that's gonna be next week. And in that next week, hopefully I can sneak editing this entire stream into a video as well. So yeah, look forward to that. And when it comes out, share it around with your grandma and everything. You know what to do. That's how he started as a heavy 5e homebrewer. Yeah, that's what he was known for a long while. And then the OGL nation attacked, basically. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. And yeah, see you next time. Bye-bye.